work here. Preparing the live stream still. Hopefully it's not actually live streaming yet. Still preparing, still preparing, still preparing, still preparing.
Keaton calendar, Keaton calendar, Keaton calendar.
Exactly. All right, there we go. Boom. I'm gonna have to hand it off to you because otherwise this music is gonna ding.
Cheers, everybody. Hope everyone's having a great night. There we go. This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. I hope everyone's you have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you'll have to leave. This is a takeover hosted by me. This doesn't sound like a great way to start the show, how I started off. Anyways, let's just roll with it, I guess. Another game was watching right this second, anyways. I'm gonna bring up the chat in a minute. I'm just listening to an old song. It's been in my head before the end of the pre-show. Thanks for everybody for tuning into the pre-show, by the way. You can find me on Instagram at D_zombie_. Also, you can find me on YouTube where I do live shows and pre-shows. You can find me on my YouTube channel at DZombie_745. This portion of the show, like always, is brought to you by D's Nuts. Don't forget to pick yourself up some of D's Nuts. They're great for parties. You can eat a nice salty snack, a mouthful at a time. Pop these nuts in your mouth. There we go. I'll bring up the chat now. Bear with me 1 second here. Please stand by. If anyone wants to join in the conversation, please feel free. You can come on. If you're new, uh, just ask kindly for the link. Just please don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a lunatic. It would be great. Good to go. Here we go. Whoa, let's turn that off so I don't hear my voice in my ear. Cheers to everybody watching so far. Don't forget to hit top chat, live chat for your better chatting experience. Cheers to you lurkers out there, lurking out there. I see you. Couple news articles, couple things I like to bring up. We will wait like 5 minutes so the more people show up. Um, something crazy went down actually in where Smashed is in the Mass area. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, the bell if you're new. And after the show, if you don't mind leaving a comment down below, that would really appreciate it and help us out. Hope everyone loves the kitty. And anyone see my kitty cat? Oh, love the legs anyways. He's got cute legs. Mr. Moo. That's Mr. Moo in his paws. Thanks to whoever's putting the thumbs up emojis. I see you there. Right on. Hmm. I'm smoking on. Okay, wait. Super Pink Kush, and then that runs for nighttime. Can't think of the name. Cheers, Jack Beanstalk. I hope you're having a great night. First in the chat. Congratulations. I think that might be your first time being first in the chat. Good job. And what does he win, Vanna? He wins a can of air. Don't use it all in one place. Don't forget to email me, Jack Beanstalk, to get your free can of air. I like this stuff. And I got some hash too. Southern VT vintage. Southern Vermont vintage in the chat. Cheers, Southern. 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 Man, marble mouth tonight or marshmallow. It's a new car. It's a ATV. See if I can show you guys that clip. There's an old Letterman, David Letterman bit, late show. It's an ATV. True, true, Jack. Yeah, funny. Oh, hope everyone's having a great night on this Saturday night. What's everybody smoking on in chat? I'm smoking on some Super Pink Kush. I got some hash, and I got a runt strain. I always forget the name of the damn thing. All right, here I'll look. I would open space runts. That's right, space runts. Because Spaceman was in my head before. That's what I listened to before the show. I was waiting to see me to open up the door to let me in. I was banging on the waiting room, saying, "Hey, anybody home? Hello? Hello? Anybody there? Let me in. I want to start the show." Yeah, man. Yo, Mrs. D has the right idea. Time to smoke another joint. 1 minute warning, or less than, till the 20. I better get on the go here. Get it on the go. Hmm. Super Pink Kush. They're just gonna roll some of that up. Cheers, everybody. 420. Light it up. Light it up. Light it up. Blazing. Yeah. And we see if. All right. So, I roll the joints, and then I'll talk about my two new. I got two news articles. Fortunately, where Fumi is, he couldn't really stick around because he's where he was. They were playing music, and we didn't want to get a strike or anything on the channel. Hold in here, man. Hang on. I love having this, being able to. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. I love being able to change the temperature with my phone. So awesome. There we go. Here comes the heat. Bring on the heat. Cold outside tonight. Get the munchies. Yeah, coffee. Raise the fridge. Cheers. Right on. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna run it. That's I guess this one. Damn it. I want to talk about these articles. Two quick. One quick thing, and one's an article. This thing I saw this afternoon, I thought was pretty funny. I was watching this video, news thing, and I'll probably share with you guys. I thought it was funny. And the other one's a really good, freaking awesome thing. That awesome to win a certain community. We're going to talk about that and more when we come back after these commercial breaks. Can you imagine having commercial breaks? All right. Cheers, everybody in chat. I hope everyone's having a great night. What's everybody smoking on? Come on, let me know. I'd like to know what everyone got going on. I'm rolling up some Super Pink Kush at the moment. Mm. Cheers, Bud Kilowatt. Green light for go. It's always good to know it's green lights. Mm. You get a car. You get a car. You get a car. You get a car. Well, that's why I gotta turn the ding dong thing on. Setting. If anyone wants to hop on, doesn't have the link, just gotta ask in the chat. Just ask nicely. A blue name, like I'm in there and Bud's in there, but I'll see if anyone wants the link, and I can provide you with it. Cheers, Jeff.
Hey, how you doing, Dave?
I'm all right. How's it going, man?
Good. Yeah, I'm hanging. So yeah, I thought I'd hop on, give you some company.
Right on.
Um,
Appreciate it. Welcome.
yeah, got like a box of chocolates. We're starting to break out the Christmas chocolates in the stores.
Oh,
And so I'm breaking one
yeah.
open,
Life
filling a
is black.
bowl.
Chocolate. Right on. Um, what kind of chocolate, Jeff?
Um, Gudrun. It's a Belgian company.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard of them before. I've had them before, and yeah, they're pretty good.
Right on.
You gotta check the ingredients these days. It's like everything else. What were we talking about? Oh, the shitification. Um, that like they'll have Godiva. I think it was like Godiva and Lindt anyway. Lindt is the Swiss chocolate, and I guess Godiva, I think that's Belgian. And yeah, maybe just the ones they had. This was at Costco, so maybe just over there. But I don't know the ingredients. It didn't seem as. I forget what it had. If it had, maybe it had palm oil, which isn't too bad, but I just don't really like it. But sometimes they have canola oil.
Mercury. May contain mercury. Just kidding.
Yeah, but yeah, good one. This, yeah, it's really good. It's a good brand.
Cheers, love. Cheers, Jack Beanstalk. I didn't even know shit. If I knew it was the last Prisoner Project marathon, I was gonna. If I knew that was coming up, I was gonna volunteer to do something. I don't know what they're doing over there, but that's crazy. This sucks, man. Oh well, next year. No hardcore. No churros. Churros. Okay, let's see. On to the news articles. I got a couple news articles. Well, one news article and one funny quick thing. If I can find. Oh, there it is. Share. Hold on, I'm gonna make you co-host.
Okay.
There we go. Then we'll get to the news. We're gonna get to the D's Nuts news. First up in the news, Elon won't go home. Apparently, he won't leave Mar-a-Lago, and he's driving a lot of the Trump people nuts. They don't want him, and he was made fun of and in front of I guess whoever the committee or whatever. Anyhow, it's so I think that's pretty funny. But the main thing I was gonna show, hold on, which is a friggin' awesome thing for the scam baiting community. Oh, hang on, I'll show a picture. This jackass. There's the jackass scammer. I wasn't gonna show that. I was gonna show the article. I'll get rid of this. Mm. Share. Hold on, I gotta bring it up. So you guys will see all my information. And close that, close that. What was it, this one? Oh yeah, there it is. Massachusetts. This is in Massachusetts. Let's go back here. Sorry guys, I'm trying to do this quick. Share screen. I'll even try to read it. So this is in Massachusetts. Mass police turn the tables, making rare arrest and scamming scheme. A man from New York has been arrested and charged by the North Reading Police Department, that's in Massachusetts, in connection with the scam that stole thousands of dollars from a resident, according to North Reading or Reading. I'm not sure. Smashes in here. Police Department press release. Earlier this week, the North Reading Police Department was conducted by the resident who believed that someone was trying to scam them on the internet, the statement said. Investigators found that a sophisticated online scammer has used a series of threads and imitate and imit that I can't pronounce that word right. Intimidation to steal over $10,000 from the victim by using digital Bitcoin transfer. So you got to be careful out there, guys. If people want not to get scammed, and remind your loved ones, especially your older people, like senior citizens and stuff, check with someone first. But that's a big win for the scam bait community. Getting this
Yeah,
jacket.
I guess anything with Bitcoin. I was thinking it was probably a time when maybe even now you still can like people probably jumped in and like online clone companies, things like that. They could have just shown pictures, hyped up all this stuff and they had no clones, never send out anything.
Yeah.
If you're
Now
paying
it's
Bitcoin, there's nothing you can do. You don't even really know who you're sending to.
and now because of what the scam baiting community is doing, example, Modern Paul, um, um, Trilogy Media, they're stopping before the scammers were sending. First, they were doing cash in a box, where they send the victim was sending actual cash to some mule, a money mule in the States, where they'll take it and they'll transfer it into Indian scammers bank account. Now what they're doing is they're getting the old people or the seniors to either get gift cards or to go to those damn Bitcoin machines to deposit Bitcoin. To deposit their money and change it into the Bitcoin to transfer it to them,
Hmm.
which is even harder for the people to get back. Near impossible.
Yeah. You ever
It's
use any of those Bitcoin ATMs?
no, I don't deal with Bitcoin. I'm
Yeah,
Bitcoin
no.
mining. I have an app on my phone that I
Oh yeah.
Bitcoin mine. I don't know if it's legit or not, but I don't know. We'll see eventually. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah. And the way it's shot up, it's kind of like printing money, I feel.
Hmm.
Just putting in people's pockets. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's probably the economy's probably going to still keep going for no other reason, just because of that. It's like printing money.
Yeah. If anybody gets those scam calls or anything, and that's on Instagram or the not is it Discord? Yeah, the Discord or anything. Send me and on Humidor's channel. Send me a message with all the details of the scam you guys get, and I'll post it on a couple sites that I help. It's a community. It's a scam group community that we do. I'll post it on there, and then they'll go after them and call them and waste their time and go through their script. Anyway, cheers everybody in chat. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to get off on a scam baiting right there. But it was an awesome thing for the mass police to catch that scumbag. That's one less guy. What's everybody smoking on? What are you smoking on, Jeff?
This is the platinum asset.
Platinum acid?
Asset.
Oh, acid.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. I just harvested a little while ago. I haven't had in a while. It's from Bingus. From Bingus. Sorry.
Oh, right on. Yeah,
Something.
I bet you that'd be good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I bet some other people out there that are growing. Like I think J5 was maybe growing, or maybe he was growing the Mendo breath, which I'm growing now. A nice plan of that, and that one's still got a few weeks, but yeah, I'm looking forward to that one too. The Mendo breath cross, Banana God.
Nice. I like banana. Banana flavored strains. Fuck off. Hardcore. I know what's coming. I'm just kidding.
Green that was from Green Fingers, and actually I popped seeds like yesterday. Popping seeds is always a happy time when it's the right time.
Yeah.
When you're like, oh, you've been waiting, like, oh, I'll be popping them soon. Um, I need some, and it's just the right time, and then you pop them. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. It's not good when you have too many. You just pop them for no reason, and
Never.
it's like, oh, what do I do now?
You never have.
I pop some
Um.
from Bud and some
All right on.
Fumi. I think the last of my Lime River Rose.
Nice. I love Lime River Rose. It's freaking
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah. I had a nice sativa, and then it was some pine that I'm really not a pine person, I guess. I always thought I never liked pine because,
Really?
yeah, I had a
Yeah.
friend that first time I mentioned he was like, oh, I hate pine, and I think
Yeah.
it kind of biased me for a long time,
Yeah.
and and then I just keep trying and keep going. But now I realize, like, no, I think I really don't like pine so much. Like maybe as a mix with other things, but not as the upfront
Right on,
hit you in
Jack.
the face thing. But it's different people,
So
different
wait,
different leads.
you get pine from the Lime River Rose?
Yeah,
Really?
there was a pheno that I got that was lime.
Wow.
Pine.
Do you get the lime flavors and everything too?
No, I never got anything that was strong lime.
Really? Wow. Huh.
I don't
Well,
know
there's
how
a
to
different
just.
there's a different phenol then.
Uh-huh.
It
It's
sounds like
something floral, but it's not lime, and it's got a good sativa-ness to it, a good smoke, a good
huh.
smoke.
You should definitely tell Fumi about that. That's crazy because I haven't heard that yet.
Huh.
Fine and everything. When I grew it, like I've had it twice now. I grew it once And another person that watches the show sent me a bunch of Lime River Rose, and it was I got lime and everything.
Uh-huh. So I
That's
popped the
crazy.
last of my, see, I'm hoping to get a line.
Maybe, yeah.
Let you know.
Oh, man. Oh, and Jack Beanstalks in chat says, I just harvested a platinum asset last week, still hanging.
Nice. Yeah, I like it. Definitely good. Thank you, Bingus.
Mr. Bingus. He was on the show a while ago. It's cool to see Bingus pop on. All right, I'm gonna roll another joint. It's more super pink kush.
Nice. Yeah, joints are the way to go with this fresh weed also. And normally I smoke out of pipes, but
Stoned is the
when
way of the walk.
it's if it's a little moist still, then
Boy.
the joint is good.
Yeah, it doesn't burn right when if it's wet. But if it's sticky, icky, that sticky, it's different. Ooh wee.
Yeah, if it's too dry, smoke it in a bowl. Or not hopefully it's not too dry.
Yeah. Come on. Oh shit. Rolled away. Get over here. Shit. Come on. Okay, good. Another roll. Roll it up, light it up, smoke it up. Inhale, exhale. All right. Cheers, everybody in chat. What up? What up? What go on? I'm gonna be here for the next couple hours till about 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That's about 11 or 10 or 11 o'clock Pacific. One of the two. You Pacificers. I think I just made up a new word. Pacificers.
Yeah, it's different now this week because yeah, the time change.
Yeah.
It's earlier.
Yeah, they're
A
like
lot of
four
places
hours
anyway.
behind or something. 11. It'd be like 11 o'clock.
What time is it there?
Oh, right now
So
it's like 7:41.
7:40. Oh, yeah, okay, 8:40 here.
It's
No,
10:41 here.
7:40. Huh.
By
Okay.
Canada time zone, eh?
Or was it not 19 or 1940? You guys
I
used
guess,
that like military time or kind
yeah,
of like
24
you guys
time.
use metric, so a little different.
True.
But I like that. Yeah, I actually use 24-hour time.
Yeah, yeah. I don't. I don't. I just use regular time myself. Just gotta change my background. Mm, yeah, we use the kitties for now. We use the safety kitties. The safety kitties are here, guys, to make you guys feel safe. And they bring bud too, cannabis, which is pretty sweet. Wish my cat did that. But my cat's like a dog. He fetches and everything. And then I'll whistle. If I want him to come, I'll freaking whistle. Like I'll have to whistle like a song. I can't be like, "Here, boy." But if I whistle like a song or something, like some classical music, he comes. Pretty funny. Mr. Moo. Oh, wow. All right. Fuck. Fucking stick. Son of a bitch. Let's go get in there. No. Oh. Oh, lightning. Okay, never mind. False alarm, guys. He's already down here. Point.
So with the
Yeah.
election results, it's weird. Like Colorado is one of the few blue states now. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
take a look at that map again. I wonder if that helps some like property values and just like, oh, it's
Property
like, oh, a
values
place you
drop.
can move to.
Well,
You
yeah.
know, and it's not really blue. It's more or less neutral, I'd say.
There we go.
New Mexico is the other one in the Midwest.
Hooray!
But I was kind of surprised at that. I was like, wow,
Eh,
doesn't feel like, you know, like
maybe it was
the only
ten.
we're like more liberal than all these other states around us, and
Hmm.
doesn't feel that way. It's cannabis, but there's a lot of ranchers, a lot of people with guns, a lot of independent people. I see a lot of Trump signs and things outside the city.
Oh, so
Trucks.
that's when.
There's the Air Force Academy. A lot of military people down in Colorado Springs.
Yeah.
Anyway, that kind of struck me. It struck me how red the country is, but yeah, things are switching though too.
Hold on. Cheers to old-fashioned coffee pot. I'm very sorry to hear that. All condolences. I hope everything. Yeah. I'm sorry, old-fashioned. That sucks. It really sucks, man. You have to turn your thing on. Okay. Bluetooth, yeah. Oh, sorry guys, I'm just trying to help.
And
This
yeah,
is headphones. Shit. I got these wireless headphones. They get to touch them. Can I see your phone? Can you see? You just faster than this. Hmm. Oh, that's Wi-Fi. Whoops. Ah, let's see if it should work now. Ow. Here you go. Cheers, everybody in chat. I'm coming. That's what she said. Yeah.
Ooh,
Who else?
yeah. Ooh,
Right on. If you guys want, anyone wants to hop on that doesn't have the link, just ask Mike so I can provide it for you. Just don't be a dick, prick, lunatic, and it'll show you dick. We're good. I'm a poet and don't even know it.
hell yeah.
Get the
Yeah.
munchies. I'm gonna smoke this joint first. I have to eat a can of sardines. Uh, hmm. But sweet Mrs. D's got the joint.
Oh shit. Don't tell me I just stopped it.
Oh no.
Okay, I started.
Uh,
Doing a lot of construction here. That's one of the reasons I was wondering, like, wow, I wonder if a lot of people will be moving here.
uh,
That'd be a draw thing, culture. Yeah, they're building like crazy. But yeah, it's probably starting at like $500,000 or $600,000 for a single family home.
mhm. Oh, I should do some BTs. Dude, I might do some BTs. I haven't did BTs in a long time. I'm gonna get a bottle. Next joint, I think we're gonna do some BTs. Pardon?
For myself.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's all good.
hmm I got you out too. Oh wow. Yeah, I see where everybody is right now. Is that Canachronic? Oh, it is Canachronic's playing right now. I was singing their songs way earlier. That's really too bad. That's really too bad that I didn't know Leslie Buds is doing his last Twitter project fund
Oh, he's doing
fundraising.
that now.
Yeah, if I knew that, cause I wanted to actually donate or my time. I would have did something. I don't know if he's doing half hours or with people or whatever. I would have did like an hour or half hour show.
Oh yeah, that is going for a long time. I thought it ended. I did see it before, and I saw the live thing. I thought it was a fake live sticker on there. I don't think they still let you do that.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't see it. Maybe it was on, but I didn't see it for Veterans Day for veterans.
I'm sorry. What's that?
It was Veterans Day last like Monday or something.
We had Remembrance Day on the 11th, or is it the yeah on Monday, last Monday. Thank you. We do Remembrance Day,
Uh-huh.
but it might be Veterans Day for you, for the Americans.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Yeah, man.
But that would have been another good day for something.
Mm.
Oh, he's doing the prisoner project today.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want. Sorry, I gotta.
Yeah, that may not end.
What's everybody in chat smoking on? Sure, we'll pick up in a little while, like Jack Beanstalk said. I saw all the people that hang out here over there, which is cool. I have no
Yeah,
problem. I have no
yeah,
problem with that at all.
that's cool. I just want to hang out
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. Wherever you guys,
I
the people want to go and hang out, it's cool, man. I'm not jealous or I'm not a jealous person or nothing like that. I'll show the over after, awesome. Which is cool too. Oh yeah, I subscribed for I'm a Trilogy Plus member now for Trilogy Media. So I get all their private stuff. Right on, Jack Beanstalk. Right on. Yeah, man. I was in there just not too long ago, Jack Beanstalk, hanging out in the background. Dabbing on some homegrown chopped cookies, mountain cut, live resin. Oh, love to the plant. So hit me up with a message so I can give you my address. Just kidding. It's 123 Big Walk Way, right across the street from S'more Walk Way, next to Chopstick Town. Oh, shit. Oh, there's Captain. Let the captain in. Bing bong. Good. Now that there's 3 people in here, we can go like that. I don't like that view, the 2 people view.
yeah.
Yeah. Cheers, Captain.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, but I was muted there.
What's that?
Hi, D. Hi, Jeff.
Hey,
Oh,
Captain.
hey, Captain.
Ohio's Captain Bank.
In the house. What's happening?
Yeah. How's it smoking?
Yeah, what are you smoking on, Cap?
Just getting up.
Okay. What are you smoking on, Cap?
Nothing yet.
True. I'm gonna make a coffee. Coffee time. I don't wreck the joint.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
ended
can't
up
drink
doing a
coffee at night.
whole bunch of work yesterday and wasn't feeling so well, so laid down. And next thing I know, I'm waking up at like 10 minutes after 12,
Oh shit, eh?
and that's like AM,
Uh,
not PM.
yeah.
So that sucked.
Oh
So
yeah.
about almost 7 o'clock, I passed out for a couple hours.
Unmute.
But when I do smoke, it's going to be some ice cream cake and
Ooh.
GG4 mixed
Ooh.
together. That's what's on the tray.
Oh, okay. Cool. I like both those strains.
Yeah. Better than coffee.
Got
GG.
myself a new rolling tray.
I love GG4. Whoa. Far out, man.
Just something else to knock over.
There we go. Yeah, I think the
Yeah,
glasses for a second. Oh my god. Eyes are hurting. Oh, here. Not sponsored, by the way.
Can't even tell what it is.
There you go. Ah,
Oh,
coffee. God.
I wonder how D would be after like drinking my coffee, like for the morning and
Is
during
it
the day.
strong? How
I
strong
think
is it?
it'd get up and walk away on you.
Oh shit, eh? Right on.
Yeah,
I like
that
strong
was one
coffee.
thing I really miss about not being in Asia is the coffee being so strong. I
Yeah,
get back here and it's like, man, this is fucking weak. Let's
yeah.
go look
Uh,
for some different bean.
were you weren't you able to bring some back with you?
Oh yeah, that lasted like a month.
Sound like me. Oh my god, that's funny.
We only had 50 packets
Yeah,
and I use about 1.5 for a cup because I have a big cup.
that what she said?
Yep, she told me that herself.
She said I had big cups too.
Nah, she had little ones.
Oh, two big.
Yeah, good coffee though over there, and with probably with condensed milk, sweetened condensed milk.
Yeah, the sweetened condensed milk. The problem is, though, is that some places I literally had to ask them for like 2 more cups, an empty one and one with just hot water in it. Because they use a lot of places don't use like the big mugs that we have. They're short little coffee cups. And probably 9.8% out of 10, 9.8 out of 10. Uh, yeah, that coffee's even stronger than what I make.
That's awesome.
I sat there and I watched them and I said, hey, the way you're making this coffee is through an espresso machine. So when you give a full cup of coffee, that's like 6 of them together.
Yeah, I want to try Chaiwala place. It's an Indian place that has like it has milk tea, but they'll sit there and hold on. They'll sit there, but the guy will sit there with a ladle in the milk, and he'll always be keeping the milk moving so it doesn't scorch and everything. But apparently it's really good. And then there's is it not Arabic Egypt? They have the sand. They make the coffee. They heat the coffee in the sand or something. I want to try that too. That looks really cool.
You could do that in Thailand.
What sand? Chaiwala.
Yeah, sand, anything. Just leave it out during the daytime.
Mm, true.
you know, when you're hitting temperatures of like, you know, 108, 110,
Stop teasing
and
me.
you've got a UV index of like 11.
Nice. Stop teasing me, Captain.
You know how many phones I've had to put back together with batteries or yeah, batteries. God damn, just waking up. But rubber bands, the,
Yeah.
I mean, the phone I'm using right now, my picture is cut in half with like two rubber bands holding it together. And this battery's not even a year old
Wow.
from Samsung. And I'm having a hard time getting it replaced because every place wants to charge me. They say, yeah, the battery's newer, but we have to charge you. And it's like, well, it was serviced a year ago, not even.
I'm waiting to see how long my new coffee maker holds out before I have to take it back and fight with to get the manufacturing warranty if it lasts that long.
You know, D, as much coffee as you drink, go out and spend $100 or something on a coffee maker.
I used to drink coffee pot, but I tried it and I can't get it right now for some reason. So I just made Keurig. It's easy, just easy.
uh,
We have reusable pot.
D's getting old.
Mrs. D used to use the reusable one pods too. And she get the coffee and grounds and put them in it. But yeah, Tim Hortons. Mm.
I do the pot. I do a pot and grind beans fresh.
Yeah,
A drip, drip pot, a
yeah,
small
yeah,
one.
that's it.
Like, so it's not just sitting there for a long time.
No.
I still have one of the old like percolators.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool, Captain. I remember one. That's
You
cool,
can
man.
get strong coffee in those.
Yeah, you can.
Mrs. Diesel. Mrs. D also has this thing. I don't know if it's here or not. Hang on. It's like this coffee pod thing or something. You put hot waters through it, stream waters through it or something. It's like in case of an emergency. I think she has it hidden on me though right now.
Like
Hold you for
one of the
ransom when you need.
yeah, the French press maybe, something like that.
Mm. Oh. Mm.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they
you
say
know,
the beans matter, but I can't really tell. Except,
oh, they
except
do.
like, yeah, they definitely. But I mostly look for something that's going to be easy on my stomach and like has some kind of coffee flavor.
You know, you get your coffee in Asia and you're looking at it going, man, is there an oil spill? There looks like a film on the top of that coffee, and then it's like, well, it only had an ounce of sugar to it. And then you taste it, you go, okay, where's the condensed milk at, please?
Yeah, true.
Like I said, I was in Vietnam. I had 2 cups of coffee at the hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I had 3 because I was sitting outside. So I was having a cigarette, just listening to music and enjoying the sights. But
So
yeah, It ruined like one of my days because I literally had to take like 3 Valiums to settle down.
True.
Is there a local coffee bean that they grow?
Yeah, Vietnam there is.
Yeah,
Oh, sucky,
kind of
sucky.
like Sumatra.
And then Thailand, they grow their own in the north where I'm at.
Huh?
Love you long time, GI.
Oh man, it's supposed to snow this weekend.
Boo! Well, I hope it doesn't snow here, because you guys can have it. Fucking snow. What happened to that global warming? Like we're supposed to have global warming. I wouldn't mind a little global warming right about now.
Yeah, you have to get a
But you,
winter home down in like Arizona.
Hmm.
I would go to San Diego.
I'll go where I go by Green Fingers, man. Apparently it's hot in the desert.
Yeah, but you can see snow.
Okay, well cancel that.
Well, it's up in the mountains.
Oh, okay.
Coachella is like the start of the mountains.
Mm.
But isn't it, do you know anybody that is a sunbird travels like to Arizona?
Oh,
Feel like
No,
snowbird?
my
a lot of them come from Canada. Yeah.
Yeah. My I guess you call him brother-in-law. Like my Mrs. D's sister, my sister-in-law, her husband. Anyways, their parents, they go to Arizona every year,
Uh-huh.
and other places on the way too. But they stay in
Yeah.
this one place. Go ahead.
But it's just kind of cool. We have same language and everything. Kind of the
Yeah,
same, not the same currency, but at least, that doesn't really even matter. But at least you get a feel for how much things cost the same way.
yeah. They're Dutch.
Oh, well.
And they don't smoke cannabis.
But a lot of people will go and, just have an RV or something and just stay at an RV park down there.
Hmm.
And, maybe a couple of months, the coldest months, or just for a break, and then go back. I don't know how long they stay, but,
Everyone, everyone.
doesn't
That's
have to
why
be long.
back in the day, everyone went to Florida. That's what I heard
Yeah.
yeah,
back in the day. Who wants
my
to go
aunt
to
moved.
Florida with hurricanes? Forget
I've heard of
that.
more condos that like people having a condo down there and then
Fun.
people flying down and then going. Where like Arizona was more your people in RVs or yeah,
Yeah.
not so much a condo, but also condos
From Florida.
or
My
like
aunt moved to
Scottsdale.
Florida in like 1979, 78.
Holy fuck.
It was nice because, after my accident and we were growing, grandma and grandpa would go to Florida and it'd be like, okay, we literally have like 79 days, 83 days to pull off this seed crop. And then after my grandfather passed,
Fucking
my
retard.
uncle brought my grandma back like early in February, like really early in February. And she got sick. And the following year came by and he says, well, me and my wife will go down and pick her up and, fly down and pick her up. And it's like, why spend the money for two people to go down when I can just go back down and bring grandma back?
Yeah.
They were just trying to get grandma to pay for 2 plane tickets to Florida for them.
Oh yeah. We're driving to Florida.
Oh man, did that piss my uncle's wife off so bad when they said, you know, you're right, that would save X amount of dollars.
Well,
Well, it's good to see
Well,
old people get out and do stuff.
well, my aunt owned a cross stitch store, so my grandma would go there because there were people her own age there.
what the fuck was that? Oh, that's us.
Yeah, nice.
That's funny. I just saw the name of the show. Hero named the show. Bubba Blastin.
I tried to get a couple more people to join from
Yeah,
here in Ohio.
cool. Here's what I'm gonna eat. Hold on, I'll show y'all. I got the friggin' munchies, so I dug this out of the fridge. Oh, oh yeah, I guess it works better with it. All right. And I have with some ketchup. Mrs. D's mama made it the other day.
Yeah, I was actually gonna try to get this guy that does auto flowers on here in Ohio.
Cool.
Fully organic, everything.
Sweet.
He's got a little video of like his wife coming home and finding more like compost in their yard.
Yeah.
Does it grow them outside?
Uh, some outside, some indoor.
Uh-huh.
You know, when you can
Yeah,
only
outside
grow
makes
12 plants, you gotta like do it both ways.
uh-huh. Outside get them done quickly. Makes some sense outside. Probably get bigger and then you don't have to worry about lights.
Well, I'm actually taking some 5 plants down to southern Ohio to put out on the farm, but I'll be starting to like cut those and on the first. So they'll veg from basically mid-December all the way till he puts them out. So they should be like 4 foot
Damn.
tall plants by the time they go out.
Wow.
Oh
Well,
yeah, I've even got like, you know, big numbers already laid out too. So we can put them next to the plants. Number 1, number 2, number 5, no 6.
number 9. Number
Oh, they're gonna
9.
be
Number 9.
they're gonna be the size of a house.
No six for
Nice.
these girls.
I figure I put them out at 4 feet tall down southern Ohio. They're definitely going to be 10 to 14 foot tall plants and about that wide too.
That's awesome. Well,
You know, the plants you're talking about getting 5, 6, 7 pounds off of.
you
I
know,
only
Bob.
grew I only grew 5 plants, but I ended up with
Yeah.
40 pounds.
Right.
Hey, Pablo Escobar. He's 5 pounds. Or no, George Jung.
Yeah, but it's Escobar, it's 5 kilos.
What's your biggest plant indoors? that harvest, like just like reasonable trimming, whatever. You ever get anything like
Mo-
2 or 3 pounds indoors?
No,
No, yeah. I mean, I've gotten maybe about a poundish out of like
I
a, a garlic, a GMO, I think it was.
I think about the heaviest indoor plant I had was probably about 12 to 14 ounces.
Well,
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, that's about, well, yeah, indoors. That seems, also with the ceiling, but I mean, it's basically, I'm thinking sunlight, like, yeah, the sun. Unless you've got the sun, it's really hard indoor. Like you probably,
Oh,
if that's what you were going for, you probably could do it. Yeah, you just surround it with lights and yeah,
mhm.
but otherwise, indoors, anything reasonable, it's
my
kind of
my
limited.
lights did
Seems,
not
I don't
go
know.
up and down. They were literally screwed into the rafters of my house in the basement.
Is
The
that like
hoods were.
single-ended or something, or I mean double-ended?
No, these were
For pleasure.
single.
Just single, regular.
Yeah,
Which
but
one?
I
High
needed
pressure
that
side.
extra, you know, I know Dee's going to say
Yeah.
that's what she said too,
No,
but I
that's good to
needed
put
that
them all the way up
extra
there.
8 inches.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And especially if you have, a bunch of them, not just one. Um,
Yeah, I had 6 of them in the basement.
yeah,
Uh-oh.
and then everything's crossing over and it all works out and you get good spread. That's probably the best.
I think Captain's
Good
gonna.
spreads always more spread. Always.
I had 20 some different mothers that I would take clones off of. 20 different.
Oh.
I'll do this after.
Now, out of those 20, though, how many did you really like? I'm
Uh,
guessing like three, maybe 3 or 4.
well, considering at that
And what?
time I wasn't growing myself, I was just making clones. So I would give people stuff that I wanted to smoke to grow. So I would say out of those 20 some, probably about 17.
Okay. But
I
like at
tried
one
to
time,
steer Michigan more towards the gas, chemical, earth turf,
yeah, what I
that
was
really
getting at,
stony weed.
I'm just thinking like, yeah, I was thinking 3 or 4, like at one time. Like, yeah, I could definitely see 17 or more even over like a year or some, or two. But that's what seems to be hard is to really stay interested in a wide variety for a long time.
See, I have to have a
If they're all
large
available
variety.
at the same time.
Mm,
But I don't know. Just
No,
wondering.
actually, I would do like 7 plants every 10 days. That way, hey, do you have this one? No, you're going to have to wait 3 more weeks. Why?
Uh-huh.
Because I just did those.
uh-huh.
That's good though. Then they know, hey, they're fresh.
When I was out in California and I had 6 different collectives and co-ops in 6 different counties, I literally had 30 some mother plants and I
Well,
would switch it up. So, each one got a different batch of clones every 10 days. Well, every week actually, but they weren't
Uh-huh.
getting the numbers that I was putting out in Michigan
I had an idea for a game.
because,
Like, sorry, sorry. Go ahead.
oh, that's all right.
I thought you were good. Um, well, anyway, uh, so there was this wine tasting game they had at Sam's Club, and Made me think of a weed tasting game would be a cool gift idea. Something with like six or ten different weeds, maybe like half sativa, half indica, and then they're just numbered. And the way that it works with wine tasting is you get like a little sheet, it comes with little sheets with like characteristics, like so for weed it might be like fruity or foul, and then maybe it goes into more depth of the fruitiness and the different it breaks it down like that, and basically you kind of guess what strain do you think it is, and then they're all kind of like well-known strains, like not like some oddball thing, or but that'd be a cool gift game idea. I think I'd buy it. The legal, it still has to. I don't know, I guess you could do it in a store somehow, but you have to buy it in a dispensary. So
Yeah, but see, I would put up strains maybe you would know and Dee would know, and the people that got into cannabis over the last 10, 12 years have no clue what these strains are.
yeah, well, they'd be popular. And then there's one of those scan QR codes to scan, and then it tells you what the numbers, so you can find out what the strains are, what the numbers are. But if they were popular thing, and maybe make them very different, like blueberries and something gas, something sour. I mean, we could come up with a wide variety, but I can imagine people just getting into weed, like, oh
Well,
yeah,
see, that's kind
it'd be a
of,
whole different experience because I'm not a wine connoisseur, but the game points out like, oh yeah, there's all these differences. Wow.
well, here in Ohio, we're starting to have like these little pop-up conferences. They've got speakers at them, but they also have people set up. The flower sale is really not out in the open, but you can go in and buy clones and seeds and things like that. But I go to some of these, and some of these people that are there, it's like, you're talking like you were doing this before it was legal. And no, you did it since Ohio went medical, which is only like 6 years ago.
Yeah, there are a
Yeah, but
lot of
You
people
know,
like that.
but you're talking like, you're this big person, and it's like, God damn, it should have been growing before medical. There was a guy here in Ohio, he must have been doing something else because they ended up raiding his house over 36 plants,
huh.
which is 3 times your legal limit for a household. And then now Ohio just passed this new bill where like THCA and stuff like that comes out of hemp
Uh-huh.
is now illegal.
That sucks.
So that's the start of the end of that.
Hmm.
If it has properties in it that could get you high if you chemical or you change a molecule,
Oh, you have?
yeah.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I've always wondered about those laws. Or it's THCA.
Well, here in Ohio, they now have made a difference in between the two. And yeah, that sale's going to be going away here. which was kind of nice
Let's
because
hear it in the
like a
rumble.
couple a couple of the head shops would carry it, and some of the flour looked really good. I mean, really frosty. And I said, but these three strains here, these aren't CBD strains. And they're like, so you go into the head shop and still buy weed.
Hmm.
I was at my friend's head shop today and he's going off to fish for New
What's
Year's.
the name?
And he's like, I got to get someone to cover me. There's only other people here and they work on the same day. And I said, oh, is that because the guy's a complete fucking idiot? And he goes, yeah. Because my friend takes care of the shop by himself. But the other
Yeah.
days they need two people there.
Is Fish
Oh,
playing the Sphere? Is that where they're playing? Or do they have a place they play every
I
year?
don't know where Fish is playing. Last time
Like
I
the
went to
Dead.
Fish, it was New York.
Uh-huh. Like Dead always played San Francisco.
And it was
Do
an
they always
eight
play that?
thousand dollar bill.
Huh.
Well, every year a group of us would get together and we'd go to New Year's someplace. And after the Dead, it was like, well, where do we really go? And a lot of my friends went to Fish, so I had to go to Fish.
fish.
But
Yeah.
we did enough throughout the year that every year it would change who would like, kind of host a party and a dinner and things like that. I mean, you go out
Sounds
to
cool.
dinner with like 10 people, 12 people, and you end up with like a $4,000 bill
Uh-huh.
because we went to like
Yes.
one of the really nice restaurants. We were ordering
I can
really
imagine
high
with
priced
drinks.
food and drinks,
Uh-huh.
What?
That's
bottles of
actually unreasonable.
champagne.
A few $100 each.
Oh, fish player.
A couple $100, two, 300 with tips, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. We were leaving good tips because, shit, 48 a pound.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah,
years
the
it
good
was
old
even more
days.
than that. Well, what did you do this year? Well, I didn't wholesale a lot of quarter pounds out or pounds out, so it was all by, eighths and quarters.
Right, right. Cash.
This was back when we were going to fish shows and getting $65 an eighth, and they were 3 gram ace.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
God my parents had a credit card machine. I'm sorry, fish heads.
That was a
I
lot. Even
took your
the
I
the
I
four
took
hundred
your
dollar
Fish
mommy
ounces
and
were a
tacos?
lot.
I took your mommy and daddy's credit card.
There we go. All right, Michael. Oh shit.
It went through my dad. My dad would go, "Wha- what kind of
Imagine it
show did
now.
you do? What kind of show did you do?" I said, "A really
Well,
good one."
Shoot,
yeah.
Coach
So there
Flyer.
must be just so much smoking at like a fish show. It's because weed's everywhere and so cheap. It was like that back then with the Dead. Yeah, would have been even
Weed
more
wasn't
intense.
cheap back then, dude.
It wasn't cheap at all. No, And wasn't even easy to find all the time. At the
Really, it
shows, you could
wasn't
find it.
easy to find. Yeah,
Hey,
but find someone that had good weed and had like more than a quarter or a half ounce to sell you, that was hard.
kind of. Hey, Couch Flyer.
Hey man, my first my first dead show was free, and a nickel bag, which was the equivalent of a film canister, 35 millimeter film canister, $5. That was my afternoon, man. Free dead show and a canister of weed.
That's awesome.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh,
Yeah, I saw a Jefferson Airplane in Central Park. That was free. Uh, yeah. I never paid for shows until like the early '70s, and then I started going into Manhattan and seeing shows in clubs. But yeah, it was always outside. Well, weed was always freely available. It was before the criminalization, and it was cheap and freely available. People weren't freaking out about it. You'd have a field of people smoking. Nobody said shit about
yeah. Got to return that though. Maybe I don't know. I haven't really been to New York since legalization, but
Did you say Jefferson Airplane, Coach Flyer?
it. Yeah, Jefferson Airplane.
Oh, cool, man.
We
Yeah,
had them play it at one of our normal festivals in the 90s. Yorma.
yeah, Hot Tuna.
back with Jorman, nice.
Yeah, they were,
Oh, man.
and yeah, it was all the
That's
San Francisco bands too. They were all playing in New York.
And he,
I still have seeds from a dead show in Northern Connecticut, one of the colleges from, I don't know, early 1980s. Still have a vial of seeds from that show.
that's cool.
yeah.
Hey, there's the new big one.
Yeah, it could be something in there.
Man, I got
Thai
this
or
from the
Jamaican.
parking lot of the 1979
All right, Nate.
whatever show.
His show.
Hey,
Uh,
maybe you
Well,
still
not
have
back
the
then.
original skunk.
Yeah, those were good seeds too, as I remember. We were popping those by the handfuls,
What pizza?
and it was all outdoors. Nobody grew inside unless you were like in the mafia.
I need that back.
Well, you are in New York. Everybody thinks, mafia, the Italians. Nah, not really. You had your Jewish mafia, you had your Irish mob.
Yeah,
We had the, I'm sorry,
no, go ahead.
we had the Irish here along with the Italians. The Irish had a little part of what they call Collinwood area, which was also Italian too. We still have Little Italy here. When I was growing up, certain people during festival, they couldn't walk through Little Italy or even drive through it.
Oh, no way. Forget about it.
But
I
but they're
remember
they're
in
the
like
old immigrants now, right?
1983 seeing someone hung by the tree.
Mm,
Whoa, damn.
fuck.
But they're the old immigrants now, right? That was back then. It was Irish,
Yeah.
Italian.
This was all during like the 60s, 70s. The Italian mob was here, ever since basically the inception.
They invented it.
Well, Cleveland is the shot callers for like Detroit, Youngstown, Pittsburgh, Erie. We didn't do much, it was going on here, but it wasn't blatant.
But now there's a lot of Asians, or unless it's changing.
Uh,
But
no,
at least
we
like
just
New
D
York, right?
ran
New
D
York.
ran D ran through all the like gangs here in Ohio that we had and mobs.
Yeah. Irish
Shit,
mob.
there's like 12 of them, wasn't there?
Yeah. Crip, Bloods, Irish mob, um, MS-13.
I
I can't
think
remember
they've
all of
kind
them.
of gone away here in Ohio,
Mhm.
but we got a lot of Latin kings.
Yeah, Latin King. That's another one. Essay. Don't you know Rocco?
I did time in Illinois with like his son was like the third in charge of Chicago for the Latin Kings.
Mm-hmm.
He's a cool old guy. Last name
Huh.
was Chappelle from Ohio.
They have like a gang map
Oh, jeez, motherfucker.
in the U. Oh, a hate group map too. Weird.
You know how to do it.
National gang presence by county. I don't know. They don't look too interesting, but yeah, damn, yeah. I don't know who's around here. Denver, but I know they have them.
Oh yeah.
Gangs. I mean, a lot of organized gangs. Yeah, national
They're not
gang.
as well organized as what they once were. It's because, you end up with things that offspur the gangs of the 50s and 60s. All of a sudden you have a new drug that comes in and, you got a whole new group of people pushing it.
I had to do it. Oh, 25.
And they're all fighting for their territory. And it's like, God damn, we weren't fighting 10 years ago, really.
I was
Fight me
watching
or no
Tulsa
one.
Kings the other day. That's good.
I didn't show that one. Oh, well.
I
Mm,
grew up with the movie The Warriors.
there we go.
I started watching season 2, Tulsa Kings.
I haven't watched that yet.
Yeah.
What's it about? What type of series is it?
It's good. They get into it's basically it's got Stallone moves from New York to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and he gets into the weed business and he gets into like a lot of real things that like we talk about or we can relate to uh, with cannabis and just like it's just the whole industry. It's on a lot of different points. And then yeah, in season two they get into just like broadly, not giving too much away, but they get into like getting into wind farms for powering in hydro and then using government subsidies to help pay
To
for it
milk
all.
it.
And, yeah.
I
But they
can't
get
say that.
yeah, it deals with an Indian reservation and real life things. And if you're in Tulsa or Oklahoma, it must be really cool to watch.
They've got new solar panels out that are like close to 900 watts now.
Wow, on like a regular sunny day.
Yeah.
Too many grams has solar panel. And then he got an upgrade to some crazier ones.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because he lives actually in a trailer all year round.
Well, my friend owned
Off the
probably one
grid.
of Michigan on square footage size until they put up like three really huge ones. He probably
Mhm.
had in the top 5 square foot grow stores. And then he started to see the writing on the wall and got into solar about 10 years ago
Mhm.
because we were still doing the grow classes, but he was getting into solar just at that time. And, you know, his shop actually, he's got solar panels on the side of his building and he ends up getting a rebate check every month besides, supplying electricity to his big barn out back,
Hmm. They must be
his
good for.
store.
I see a lot of them.
Well, he just set one up for a RV and camper place in Michigan,
Mhm.
and they're pulling 24,000 watts per hour.
Hmm. Like Colorado has a lot of like it has as many sunny days as Arizona, they say. Phoenix around Denver. But I see a lot though around here though. So I don't know if that's why, but how on houses and building some with government facilities too. There must be some at one time anyway have a push for solar and government buildings.
See, in
But yeah, they
Thailand,
must
you
be
can put
efficient.
up,
They must. I don't know. I haven't heard about like the Tesla related thing, the power bank. They had like it kind of looked like shingles, but like ordinary shingles, but they were solar panels.
Yeah, I found
Worked
it.
on something like that for a while. But
you can get
so
solar in Thailand, but it's just really expensive because the government subsidizes the electricity. So, basically, my $95 a month electric bill would have probably cost me $400, $450 here in the United States.
yeah, yeah, relate to that to like in California, it's probably better to if you're in a sunny place to have solar than it's electricity is kind of expensive there in some places. I what was it where Smash was saying too in Massachusetts or his county and it was like county to county. I mean they might change that though because it was screwy, but he was paying really high rates.
So there's the solar panels that he uses because he lives off the grid, totally
Yeah,
off the.
that's cool. Oh, uh-huh. Or for an RV, that'd be cool to pull out something and just lay it out.
Oh, I almost hit the wrong button. Cheers, Jack Beanstalk. Cheers, everybody in chat.
Hey, that's a nice plant, couch flyer too. You didn't really. So I guess you've been growing for a while. Pretty nice thing.
Yeah, I don't do much, so everything that I do grow gets tender loving care.
Way to go.
Way it should
What kind of
always
pot?
be.
What kind of pot do you use?
I grow in 5 gallons of water.
EWC.
Yep. Three
You'd
bottles.
be, yeah,
3 bottles.
and keep it simple.
Yeah, well, I live in an apartment, man. I can't be jackassing bags of stuff up and down the elevator. I get,
Yeah,
you know, I have
makes a lot of sense.
no place to dump a pot. And, I'm in the kitchen. My wife's looking at me like, "Are you fucking crazy?"
Yeah, DWC, yeah, you don't even have to get rid of rock wool or anything, right? Do you use that? You don't use any medium, do you? Or you use,
No, it
I guess,
just hangs in the water,
uh-huh, uh-huh.
and it's
Yeah,
fast
that's the way to
too.
go.
I can get a good yield in 9 weeks.
Yeah, you can speed it up with DWC.
Oh yeah, it's like the
Vegetative growth
fastest.
is amazing.
Yeah, the plant looks nice. Just one plant there, right?
Yep, yep.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can do different styles. I mean, I can do like mainline kind of thing. Get like nice long colas, but it takes more time in veg. So I cheat a lot.
Uh-huh. I
Uh,
don't know. Sorry.
I don't think it's cheating. I just think it's, everybody's different growing style. You're in an apartment, you've got limited space,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
well,
gotta
you
have
remind me of
smoke.
a friend of mine that was growing in Manhattan, and I don't know what floor he was on, but he was way up. And yeah, everything was I remember he told me about one time he had to get one of the blue water uh, can up there. And
One of the 50 gallons.
yeah, he said he was like on the subway with it, or going up to his apartment, and I don't know, somehow he got it up there past the doorman, and he didn't want anyone to know, it's back in the old days when
We're
stuff
making
were illegal.
wine.
Yeah. And I think he used Rockwell, and
Me?
then yeah,
I
probably.
I have I have to laugh at this because I did grow in an apartment one time with a friend, and it was like, hey, let's not carry up these bags of soil and everything. Let's put them in like plastic containers, like tubs, and take it in that way. And then when you're done, it's like, well, what do? You got a box full of dirt. The cops busted in the door, and man, my I let a friend actually have the apartment for 3 months because him and his wife had a big fight. So he took the kid and everything, and it was like, well, I got this open apartment, but you have to do two things for me, and one is get the big box of dirt out.
Mm,
Well,
true.
he did all that because 3 months later they busted the door down. course, I was growing above the normal chapter.
I used to, I used to grow without a carbon filter,
Oh
back,
my.
you know, I have this hose sticking out the window out of a sixth floor apartment, and everybody down in the street is like looking around. Where's that smell
Where's the
coming
weed at?
from?
Straight across from the normal chapter, we had a storefront that was named Cannabis Connections, and we had our offices there. And I had been working there and volunteering there since the day they opened up. And after like 3 years of being there, you kind of notice the cars that are across the park in the parking lot across the street every day. And then you start watching two new cars come in. And the second floor, one of the window drapes was pulled back a little bit. Yeah. There's a lot of times I didn't have customers. I'd walk up to the front of the store, I'd wave to them. I also had someone in the police department that we helped get past his drug test for pot. So he gave me a heads up.
How'd you do
He
that?
says, if you got anything going on around the chapter, I'd close it.
Nice.
Well, someone in the apartment building who actually had a storefront runner right underneath my apartment, which was like the apartments were pretty big. So my apartment wasn't right above the normal chapter. It was like two storefronts over. And I had a little problem with a water reservoir. So about 18 gallons went dumping on the floor.
Oh,
Oh shit, eh?
18.
That sucks. That
Yeah.
sucks.
And the
That was a
guy that
huge amount of
actually
bad.
caused me a problem was, the guy that lived in the apartment above the normal chapter. And it was his storefront, which was basically his storage area for all of his tools. He ended up turning me in because he got busted for stealing cable and giving cable. There was one person that got cable in the whole apartment building, but everybody had cable.
If you want to pull my cable.
So that was a
Like the
federal
movie, it's
charge.
classic. That's classic.
It was a federal
Remember,
charge that he
I
tried
forgot
getting
about
out of.
those days. You really can't do that anymore, can you? I mean,
No,
I don't know. I haven't heard about it, but I think with digital, it's and I know. I think yeah. At least I know my brother needs a landline. That's what he says anyway. He needs a landline to get cable, dish, or not. Well, not maybe it's not dish. I don't know. Yeah, remember those days? Yeah, the cable, and you could scam it. Now
yeah,
you can just share codes over Netflix or whatever.
I had another friend in that building, and the guy that turned everybody in, basically because he got caught, was my neighbor. And he was really pissed because I used to give him free pot because he was a cool guy.
Yeah.
He got really pissed, and actually the guy was going down the stairs and my friend came up behind him and kind of kicked him right in the back.
What's everybody on smoking on? What's everybody in chat smoking on? I'm gonna be smoking some super pink kush. Maybe some hash.
Thanks for joining us, Couch Flyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to be here.
You know,
Very-
people, you can come on like Couch Flyer and just show your plant. You don't have to show your face or anything like that.
Or put a background up. You don't see your face.
Yeah, nobody
Kinda
wants to see
like
my
me.
face.
Well, why do you think I always have a poster up or something?
Yeah, just come on and hang out too, you know, smoking. I mean,
Yeah,
not like this isn't, no one's really watching this channel anyway. Like, hey, we're just hanging out and
not tonight.
bullshitting.
They're not
Like,
because
what's
of
it
what.
like in New York now? I've been wondering. I mean, we're just getting another
Hey.
perspective. And it's changing all the time too, I guess.
Yeah, well,
But,
it's been good. It's really, seriously, it's been good for everybody involved. It's been good. Even like the gray market people, because it's been keeping the price kind of even for them. And the heat's not there like it used to be. So if you do get popped, you're not spending, a year in jail. Um, it's a lot different to be, busted and fined than busted and sent to prison.
yeah,
So
Like Illinois too, an eighth, 3.5 grams is a felony.
it
it's
still
just
is.
got to change, man.
No, that was 2010 when I got charged.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And literally like two and a half, not even 2.5 months after my trial was done, they went medical. And
Huh.
I couldn't put it off and, you know, beat that rap because they were going to come back and charge me on something else. And then it would have been federal. I'm surprised
Yeah.
federal didn't step in to begin with. But it really hurts when you get busted with 1,987 grams stems, leaf, and debris, and you can't fight it.
Yeah.
You got to
Yeah,
take the plea.
yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, it was.
Oh man.
The old
Believe me,
cat.
when I got back and finally out of jail in Illinois, before my trial, I got called into an office here in Cleveland and they drilled me pretty hard. And I said, listen, I'm
That's what
taking
he
the whole
said.
rap for this.
I heard
I
stories
said, you
about
guys can't worry about anything.
I heard stories about like lawyers, getting like sentences reduced because of the quantity, like they'd remove all that crap and they so the quantity would be less and then getting it
Well,
reduced, like all the stem and seeds, all the non-cannabis
yeah,
THC, whatever
my,
they went
but
by.
what,
But
when you're also hit with 187 doses too, it's,
yeah,
well, do
yeah.
you take the pot charge or do you take the acid charge? And you're like,
Okay.
I'll take the pot charge.
Okay, yeah. So maybe it wasn't so bad you had that
Yeah, I
bag
was
of
looking at
garbage.
like 15, 18 minimum with the acid charge, and the pot charge was okay, pay the fines and never come back to Illinois.
Hmm.
I said, don't worry. Yeah, I was the talk of the county jail that they held me in because every week my name was there in the paper. And that big glaring 187 hits. I was in medical and one of the guys was getting a paper there, one of the older guys that had diabetes. And he's like, "Oh, you made it in the paper again." What'd they say this time? Because they kept on changing it for a while. But that glaring 187 hits of acid was always there. Whoops. That means they tore everything apart. Because that's not something you just put underneath the seat type and drive. You hide that shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What was funny though is I had a film canister full of keef and it started to oxidize, so it was a little bit darker color. You could see where they stuck a knife in it to do like a heroin test. And I found the bottle later in my stuff because it was packed so tight. The lid was off of it. They threw it back in a box after it didn't test for heroin. And I got out and I started looking through some of the stuff when I got home. And it was like, well, I ain't got any pot, but I've got all this keef. So there for a while I was rolling up tobacco with keef in it.
I knew.
Then I made it to Pittsburgh and got some Death Star.
Nice. Hi, Moo. Hi, good boy.
And then I immediately moved to Michigan. Well, that's where I was going to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was an expensive stay in Illinois. I was lucky though. My lawyer was the retired county prosecutor. So I paid
Sure.
him a whole bunch of money and kind of got out of it.
Hi, buddy. What are you doing? What are you doing, good boy?
Even he laughed about the stem, leaf, and debris.
Nah, that's ridiculous.
He
Yeah,
says
that's like
they're
a
gonna
nightmare.
fuck you on this.
If that's all, if it was just that, that's like a nightmare.
Yeah. I had like an ounce and a half of dry flour. What was even funnier is I had stockpiled a whole bunch of my medication and I had really big bottles that had my name on them. And they had to give me all those back. So they had to give me back over 100,000 milligrams of morphine.
Holy shit. What? That's
Well,
wild.
you get medication and you take it as needed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, over the course of like 8 or 9 years, you kind of stockpile this shit.
Yep. No, I know. My parents were like that for some stuff, especially my mom.
Yeah, I've seen people with closets filled with boxes of
Nothing like,
cocaine patches or something it was.
yeah, nothing
I
like
had,
that.
when
Oh,
I
sorry.
moved out to California, and that's basically when I came back. I had my doctor here in Ohio for another like 18 months before he quit the practice and just started doing the injections.
That's
I
only close.
probably I probably had close to, because I couldn't take it during the like temperature changes. It had to be during the cold weather. So 4 to 5 months out of the year, I get fentanyl. And the patches, I'd go through those in like a day and a half because my pores would just stay open. But they also had like instants, and they were at one time like, what was it? Cherry vanilla rock candy is what they were like. And they were 600 milligrams, micrograms,
Huh.
milligrams.
But yeah, micro.
Yeah, ultra micro,
Yeah.
UMGs. And one of those would last me like half the day. You know, I was given all this medication, but I didn't take it all. So, I ended up with a drawer, and I took a picture of it and showed my doctor all the boxes of 100 ultra milligrams of fentanyl and everything. He's like, holy cow. I said, well, I told you I didn't need all this. I just needed these. But you couldn't give me the suckers until you gave me the patches. It's like now, the medication that helps for nerve damage, they really can't give it to you or give it to me without giving me morphine first. And it sucks. Keep the morphine, just give me the shit that works.
Morphine.
Well, right now, Thailand's looking really good. They gave me 120, 30 milligrams every 45 days. I can't get shit here. I mean, I've even called up the hospitals and the pain management department. I'm like, here's my script from last month. Here's all my MRIs and my x-rays from the things that happened in Thailand, and
Yeah, all your proof.
updates from my previous injury, because the other MRIs I have are from like 2009.
Yeah, exactly. You're not
And they're
faking.
like, oh, we don't give out those medications anymore. And I go, wait a second, you're
Hmm.
like the Cleveland Clinic and you're the pain management department. Well, we can give you shots or we can give you this and this. I said, ma'am, I was already on that back in the 90s. That's what destroyed my stomach lining. There ain't no way in hell I'm taking that bullshit. Well, we can give you the injections. Well, the last time they went to give them to me, they told me they had this brand new machine that does the injections for you. And I said, okay, start with the bottom right two. And I bent the needles and they stopped immediately.
Holy fuck. Crazy.
And they want to give you these injections. But the thing of it is they're not even FDA approved. So how are you going to tell me that these pills that are FDA approved are not better than the injections that's not FDA approved?
Mhm. What are you
But
doing
yeah,
there?
huh.
Fingers? Giving a wild point again. Giving a wild.
And that's the
Well,
reason why, when you smoke a joint with me, if you're not used to smoking a heavy indica, something that's very narcotic, It's going to fuck you up.
Yeah.
I've got literally like I went and seen a friend. I mean, he gave me sample packets of all his different types of weed, you know, and I smoked a joint with him. He texted me later and said, "Man, I was stoned for like 3 hours."
You need to know the doctor though.
Yeah,
Sounds like.
that's the thing is I need to find a family doctor to prescribe my medication.
No. You can.
But even my doctor in Michigan,
No.
the last time I came in, I tested positive for diazepam, and he told me the next time I test positive for diazepam, I couldn't get my other medications. So I had to go off diazepam for a few months, and everybody around me could tell that there was something wrong because I was staying in my room all the time.
Good boy. Good girl.
I didn't want to socialize. I didn't want to be around my family because in my family, you don't complain if you hurt. You keep it inside.
Yeah.
I still get shit from my mom. You know, waking up in the morning, well, how you doing? Oh, I'm hurting. Oh, quit your complaining. Mom, I fell 34 feet off the back of a scaffolding. I've been hit by a full-size truck on my motorcycle. You know, I'm allowed to complain.
Definitely just getting old too.
Hey, hey, hey. I'm only 53.
Yeah, you are actually. That is kind of young. Once you get to the 60s, there's like you talk to your doctors, it's like they have like there's some kind of chart or list or something where it's like, oh, you hit this age, oh, these things start becoming common. Oh, this age, oh, then these become common, you know, and oh, and now these, you know, you go there, you start complaining about pain in your knee or hip or something, and then you're like, well, let's see, what's your age again? Oh, that's probably just arthritis, or yeah, that's kind of like, yeah, that's
Well,
normal.
in my family, it really didn't show up, and it's not, my aunt doesn't have it, but my grandfather and my grandmother, my uncle and my father have tremors in their hands.
What age is that? Does that start?
That starts usually in their 60s,
Uh-huh.
but
Huh.
I've had tremors in my right hand because of the nerve damage from the fall ever since I was, had my accident,
Yeah,
but it's only in
it
one
happens.
hand.
Uh-huh.
And I take a matter of fact, when I go back to Thailand, I literally have to restock my medication because in Thailand it's like $150 for 120 pills.
Uh-huh.
And here in the States, the same medication's like 650
Yeah, it's a bit of
because
a racket. It
it's an
is a racket.
anti-seizure medication. Of course it's going to be expensive.
I wonder if it'd be cheaper, or I guess not really, but Mexico, pretty cheap.
I'm gonna see. because when I do go out to see Bud and a couple other people, I think I got Bud talked into going with me and another friend to Tijuana for the night. But I'm taking all my x-rays with me and my MRIs, and I'm actually going to go see a real doctor in Mexico
Oh,
because
really?
I don't want no bullshit crossing back over the border with 3 months of medication.
I
So,
heard.
Huh.
just
Well, yeah, well, that'll be something to talk about on the show.
no.
If you can, anyway.
I don't
And
think,
so,
me, Bud, and my friend in Mexico is gonna make the show too much.
I've been to Tijuana. I remember like a burro in the street.
Oh, and
Take a
then you
picture with
offer
a
to drink
burro or
figurehead
something.
and cola.
Cheap margaritas and tacos.
you know, Bud's in his 60s, but he still likes to party and party hard. He didn't come on the show for a couple shows because he was in a bender after Phil died.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah. So I was wondering about this sphere. When was playing that New Year? Let me check.
Cheers, everybody. It's 420.
Yeah, just lit this joint.
Perfect timing, Cap.
My dad went on a
Hmm.
7-hour drive with my mom today. That was a big thing, getting him out of the house.
No. Get him, Lightning. Get
So
him.
the Sphere's having their first EDM show New Year's Eve. Uh, Event presented by Live Nation, based around Anima,
Fuck Live Nation.
Matteo Milleri, Genesis, and Genesis 2 albums. Sure about, I'm not really hip on that. The latter of which collaborations with Grimes, the Dalza, and others. Special guests. So yeah, I don't know if that was the last kind of a last minute thing or not with um
This should be
the
New
Dead and
York.
Company. Not uh, I don't what is Dead and Company doing?
Uh, I think they have to change their name again because Billy Kreutzmann ain't there.
Uh-huh.
But they'll be I heard that they'll be back in 25 at the Spear. But without Billy there, you've got Bob Weir and,
Phil too, yeah. Well,
and
Bob
Mickey
makes it,
Hart,
yeah.
and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean
but
Mickey too, but drums isn't the same.
Bob's voice ain't the same. Because when I
Hmm.
started going to Rat Dog shows, his voice was completely different than it has been over the past 8 years. It's a little bit deeper, a little bit slower.
Uh-huh. Kind of matches his hair.
You have to
His
remember he
dude,
was
the
only like
kid
16 when he joined the
was
Grateful
yeah,
Dead.
yeah.
So he's like 78, 79 years
Down,
old.
down, down.
He's my mom's age.
Yeah.
Phil was more like my dad's age. And that was basically because there was this little thing called the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
But, I told my dad about the Air Force base he was about to be sent off to before he got discharged in '69, which was Korat, Thailand.
Oh, you told him what it was like over there? You visited
Oh,
it?
yeah. I have pictures. That's why I mentioned if you have an SD card on a phone and you put like your biometrics on there and you happen to smash that phone, there is no way to pull your photos off a locked SD card or that phone. So I lost like a good year and a half's worth of photos, and that included the Korat Air Force Base. And that's where he would have been stationed because he was a engine mechanic for the big airplanes. But yeah, I went down and I visited that place and I took pictures just for my dad to show him what it would look like, what it looked like.
Mhm.
But I'm sure it wasn't what it is now. And actually, most of the businesses from like Bangkok are moving up there because in a couple of years, Bangkok may be underwater. There's already parts of Bangkok that are getting submerged in water.
Like they're saying. Remember Vienna was always a threat. Like it seems like decades back now. But,
It
wow.
still is.
Yeah. Somehow they do stuff.
They're on like the second and third floor and building up from there of buildings that have been there for, a couple centuries.
Uh-huh. They like built a dam, that dam they could raise once in a while when it's gonna be a really bad tide or whatever, a storm.
Holland's like that.
Yeah.
If not, the whole
Yeah, they're
place
pretty
would flood.
amazing. Yeah. Yeah, they're like probably the best in the world. I think they're considered the best in the world for like hydrodynamics, building stuff like for that. Kind of crazy.
Well, that's where I learned about hydroponics was Amsterdam.
They have something like that in Arizona too, like in Tempe, where they could like the river. Remember that river that goes to the Salt River or something, and they can raise it up and make it a lake. And then I don't know when the river really has to flow, they can lower it. Then these like rubber dams, like in sections, but they can turn it into a lake, kind of the river and the whole. And they, yeah, I don't know how that worked out, but they were doing that.
Chiang Rai this year had a rainstorm, turned the whole city into a lake.
Yeah, we're Spain and that
Yeah,
big flood. I guess a river overflowed. Isn't that what happened?
I don't think it was just a river. I think it was the runoff from No, this was actually, yeah, from rain. They ended up getting like a whole year's worth of rain in like 8 hours,
Uh-huh.
12 hours, just
Okay,
like
maybe that was,
Thailand did.
well, maybe part of it was some banks overflowed. I think that
Oh,
was
yeah.
part of it. Yeah.
But when you get a whole year's rainfall within
Yeah.
like 12 hours, that's what happened to Chiang Mai.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, that's the worst. It's one of the worst disasters. The fire is really bad. Fire might be the worst, but yeah, flood, yeah, you lose. It's like total
My friend
disaster.
just moved.
They just have to
My
rebuild
friend,
your house.
well, a lot of the houses are built up off the ground, so there's a section in between the ground and your floor to keep it
Uh-huh.
cool,
Yeah.
but also because of the rains. But
Uh-huh.
my friend just moved into a new storefront, got it all painted up. And like the second or third week he was open, that came in, and you could see the water line, the mud line on the yellow walls because they're bright yellow.
Oh,
But
damn.
the mud line was like 2 feet up in his shop.
Yeah.
And they don't have like a lot of people insurance. What the fuck is that?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a crack in my basement. I'm looking at like, oh, I'm like lucky. We really don't get a lot of rain here at all. There's the snow melts are the biggest threat, but I'm keeping an eye on that. Yeah, water. Nature can be a bitch.
Yeah, believe me, I worked out in it. You know, people down on the ground are like, man, it's hot. Man, come up here 20, 30, 40 feet in the air and tell me how hot it is or how cold it is.
Hmm.
You're working in t-shirts down on the floor. I've got a long sleeve hoodie on up here. I'm freezing my ass off. And
Yeah,
this
well,
is like
hopefully this winter will be good.
September.
And next year, 2025, coming up, we'll see. Yeah, with the medical and the health too, like with RFK, it's gonna be interesting if he changes. So like the governor in Colorado kind of, I don't know, it's controversial, but I think it's cool that he's kind of speaking his own mind and at least giving RFK a chance because he said something kind of
I
favorable.
don't think the son of a bitch should be given a chance. Just like
No,
this guy that they want to put in charge of the military. There's people telling us, career military people telling us this guy does not fit.
yeah,
He's
yeah, I
not
don't know
fit to
about that guy.
lead a country.
He's the one. Yeah, we'll see if he stays into. But yeah, I know nothing about that, that guy or with that. But RFK actually is talking some, progressive shit actually, and we'll see. I mean, they're talking about the vaccine stuff. I mean, I don't know.
They're
That's
talking a
something
lot
separate. I'm
more.
just talking about the food stuff.
They're talking about redoing like Medicaid and Medicare and stuff like that too. Doing radical
Yeah, I don't know if
changes.
he is though. Is well, we'll see. I just think about his food stuff
Everybody's a
anyway,
puppet for Trump. Come on.
and maybe
I mean, you're getting appointed and you shouldn't even be in that position. I'm sorry. I don't talk politics. I'll stop.
Yeah, I try to stay neutral too, but I'm trying to be hopeful anyway. And anyway, yeah, you
I'm
know,
keeping a house
who's
in
a
Thailand.
Democrat? The governor who's a Democrat, Colorado. You know, he actually says something like, you know, I mean, there is something to it. The food is fucked up in this country and all the processed shit, just the salt and everything too. And then trying to get decent food, you, like it's basically fast food everywhere if you want to just get some, like, but maybe that's why like Kava is doing really well because that's kind of like they're trying to do something healthy at least.
You
And
know, about 75% of the meat that the United States eats, or it could be less than that. I don't quote me on the numbers, but it's more than 55% of the meat that we eat actually is owned by a Brazilian company.
I think I have heard something
It's
like
not,
that. Yeah, it's screwy. You hear that shit
yeah,
about all sorts of stuff, oh, like something like, oh, all the eyeglass frame companies are owned by like one major company in Italy or something, and you hear that about like almost every, like, oh, all the hair cutting places are owned by, like, you thought they were competing with each other, like there's basically two, three big chains, and like no, they're all owned by the same holding company. And yeah, things like that. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, but and Brazil, huh? Well, they're
yeah.
big on cattle, but that's screwy. I thought you were gonna say like Bill Gates or somebody. But what's that, like McDonald's? That could be like McDonald's. I mean, how much of the beef is do they produce? It's
Wait a
yeah.
second. There's only one hamburger, I think, in McDonald's that they actually consider beef,
Hmm.
and that's like the quarter pounder.
Probably something with similar with chicken also.
Oh, it has to
That's
be.
business. Like yeah, you know, like we talk about once in a while on the show that yeah, that's what business people do. That's how they keep trying to
Cut
increase
costs.
profit. Like, yeah, okay, scale up.
Like
Then now they figured out like kind of
people are
like
people complain about the prices of, food and stuff. Well, okay, we'll stop raising the prices, but instead of getting 16 ounces, we're giving you 14
yeah,
or 13.8.
yeah, or change the ingredients. Yeah, every once in a while you gotta check the ingredients again. They change it.
I mean, I buy a
But
box of cereal, and in Thailand I can get 3 to 4, you know, meals out of it. Here I get two. Same size box, just a hell of a lot less in it.
yeah, the competition thing though too is like a new, like another like layer of business thing. Like, oh, like, oh, we'll buy the competition. Not only will we only buy it, we'll buy the competition, but we won't get rid of them. We'll buy all the competition. Then we'll own everybody. We'll make it look like, the competition. We can like, oh, this one can be more high end or specialize in this, or they can. I don't know what they think of, but somehow that's what they. It was yeah, the last thing I found out about was the haircutting places. The chains are owned by some one major
Wh-
place.
Well, in
So like,
Thailand, there's CP Foods, which is actually a Chinese company. And in Thailand, if you cannot throw a rock to the next 7-Eleven, you live out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And the CP company, foods company, they have their own like little convenience stores. But the guy went around and started because 7-Eleven was so popular compared to his shops. he went around and started buying up 7-Elevens to put his food products in. And actually, some of the food products were made here in Ohio and then shipped back over to China. Some of the vegetables would come from China and then get shipped back in packaged foods. Yeah. Now, how are you making money on that? Our government is giving somebody a big tax write-off.
Great place. Okay. Yeah, that's
No,
crazy,
yeah,
Cap.
I'd like to see your cat jump on top of your head one time.
Liven up the show.
I was having my cat, actually, I had my other cat the other day. She dug her claws right in the back of my skull, right in the back of my head. Like, oh, thanks for the massage. Like,
Oh,
That was a good
tomorrow I get to
chocolate.
play in dirt. I got a transplant tomorrow.
crazy. Cheers to everybody in chat.
No, crazy is like having a window that you have to cover up, but there's literally 5.5 feet by 5 feet of boxes in between you and the window. And you're like, how the hell am I going to cover that up? I can't even get to it.
Yeah.
It would take me 3 hours just to like remove enough boxes, and there's no room to put the boxes
Within 4 hours.
to get to the window to cover it up.
Mm-hmm. You like a Free Willy.
But there is a thick piece of like plexiglass.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to take the Panda film and cover the whole piece of plexiglass and then try to stand it up and put some boxes behind it and hold it up against the window.
Uh-huh. There you
My
go.
mom, my mom was like, "Oh, don't worry about it." And I pointed out that, well, you know that the light that the neighbor 2 houses down has that you complain about, that's like the light that's going to be shining out that window.
It's
he's
it's it's
he's
funny
got a
around here. I'll be driving around with Mrs. D. Also, look, it'll be getting dark, and you always see sun. You see like it's a grow light when you go by. They go grow light. There's another one. You just automatically spot them.
I've actually gone up to people's houses and said, "Hey, dude, I can see your light at night."
What? Huh? Huh?
There's no hiding that orange glow or that really bright white.
I'm growing tomatoes. Red. Indoor.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, well, I went to this garden meeting. I don't know if I
Macro.
talked about it on the show, yes. But people were talking about having grow tents and just growing, regular vegetables or herbs. I don't know what they were growing.
Herbs. Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't cannabis. I mean, there was Colorado and everything, and yeah, even Home Depot has more of a indoor grow section usually, or at least I don't know. I remember
Yeah,
seeing lights there and stuff. They sell it anyway, the LEDs and nutrients.
there's the last time I was at Home Depot. It's been a while. there's like a company now that they supplies Home Depot. Well, our Home Depot is with like a grow light. It's one company. It's like it has nutrients and everything as well. You can buy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's called Hawthorne.
Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, one of
Yeah, talk about a company that owns everything, right?
the
Yeah.
here in Home Depot. But yeah, and the garden club was kind of cool. My wife, I guess, was in it for I don't know how long. But they were having a pot. I don't know if I talked about this or not, but I hope I'm not repeating myself. But yeah, they had a potluck, and yeah, so I went. Well, it was on the night she was supposed to cook, and so I was like, well, if you want to eat, but it was pretty cool,
If you
and
want to eat.
it was pretty cool, and people were actually pretty cool, and it was really mellow. But I couldn't sense anybody was a smoker. But these days you can't really tell, or I could guess. Oh, this guy might smoke that. But whatever, it was cool though. And everyone was talking about. They were just talking about growing, just like a lot of stuff we were talking about too, and just normally about with growing. And they were bringing up, oh, what to do with your garden to get it ready for the winter. Yeah, someone was talking about having a tent. They were gonna do something indoors this year and some other shit.
'Cause you
And
could
and
do
they're
a
gonna
lot
have
of microgreens in a really small area.
yeah, I've thought about it actually too, just for
And you can
you're
use
dealing
like
with vegetables.
fluorescence over those.
I use
Yeah,
But
fluorescent.
they're gonna have another potluck maybe at the end of the year. And
Uh,
also though, it was pretty cool. So actually for people out there, it's you can give it some thought or keep your eyes open if there's any garden club in your area. They're actually pretty cool.
here
They
in
usually have
Ohio,
some good food at the food potlucks. A lot of stuff
here in
people grow and lots of vegetables people.
here in Cleveland, we have a big orchid society,
oh,
and our first real grow shop in Cleveland, he opened up in like early '98. I told him, he was saying, man, business is kind of slow. I said, why don't you join the Orchid Society here in Cleveland and sell your products that way? And he ended up doing that, and business picked up for him. It actually probably saved his business because people here in Cleveland weren't going to the hydro store in Cleveland. They were driving an hour away. And then another place here that was a little bit farther away, not too much. You couldn't go in and talk to the guy. He was the president of the U.S. Hydroponics Society. He knew exactly what you were growing and would kick you out.
I might grow. I might try and growing some poppies again next year.
Well, you should seed them about now.
No, indoor.
Oh,
I start them
they're
indoor.
they're beautiful plants when they flower.
Yeah, my cousin.
Yeah, they are.
I have a cousin that he'll buy like these thousands of seeds, like thousands of them, little place and grow them. Crazy.
Okay, if people don't know, if you buy 1,000, if you buy 10,000 poppy seeds, they'll fit in one of your little seed containers that you get like 15 cannabis seeds in.
One
They are
time,
small.
you know I guess it'd be like the club size spice thing. It's like about this big, the container. He ordered a container like that full of poppies one time,
Wow.
and it came in a container like that. Yeah, he's crazy about growing them. He loves growing them every year. He like before or whatever it is, like the frost after first frost or whatever, when you're supposed to plant them. He plants like thousands of them. And it's everywhere in his yard. It's crazy.
If you're here in Ohio, northern Ohio, you're planting them because we already had our first really hard frost.
Yeah. He'll go out in the middle of February and plant them. Shit. It's crazy.
Well, in the middle of February, I don't think you can really dig into the ground here.
I think he sprinkles them on the top. And in the summer, they think. Or in the spring, I mean.
I live too close to the lake, so our ground's usually frozen. Ours a sheet of ice.
Yeah.
My mom moved one exit up the freeway from where we used to live, but she moved on top of the hill. So instead of being like a mile away from the lake where everything's ice every morning, we now have snow
Yeah.
and ice.
You playing?
I'm just
Yeah.
glad she pays someone to plow the driveway.
I got
That's
one
another
cat.
job I gotta do. Damn, my list never ends.
You playing? What a good girl.
Nope, never ends.
No, mom needs to redo the
Never ends.
driveway and it's starting to break up. So that black top is like chunking up.
No, it's driveways are expensive.
Well,
I look forward. My
she's
blacktop maybe isn't as expensive as this cement.
she spent almost as much remodeling this house and everything than she did actually buying it.
Uh-huh.
And she spent $150,000 on remodeling this house.
Yeah, no, I believe it. Because of inflation and shit.
But, we also
Uh,
went from, having a garden in the backyard, so I didn't need to mow. And mom had years before gotten pissed off because she planted flowers in the front yard and the city came and said something. So she found out exactly how much grass we had to have in the front yard and turned it all
uh-huh.
into a flower bed. So we
If
were literally mowing the grass with a weed eater.
I had it my way, I make my whole backyard like concrete. Don't
My
have to
mom
mow
just
anything.
made a big garden.
Blah. Yeah, garden or something. You can do other things too that are low maintenance.
Put a basketball court in.
See, my wife's
Tomatoes,
playing around with something like
beans.
that. She's putting out like cardboard and then mulch that she's getting from the city, just chipped up wood on top of the
Yeah, but
cardboard. And then like some, plants and like things with some of these logs to make
they
circles and
make
to do some decorative things. And this one
gnomes.
big tree that fell down using that log is like some kind of. I made she made I was kind of joking, and then it was like one of her friends that came by and was giving her ideas and said, "Oh no, that is like architectural feature." I think I said something like that. No, that's and she said something, and And then yeah, so then it wound up just staying there. I just didn't want to have to move it. I was like, no, it adds character. I don't know. I said something like, oh, it's a feature. And once her friend that's what gave her some ideas of how what to do. You know, some like low maintenance plants and things like that. Anyway, we'll see over the years if it gets taken over or whatnot. But
We had
yeah, you don't want cemented concrete. That's bad.
we
You might as
had a
well move to
bad.
the Bronx.
Yeah, yeah. Unless you're into basketball, maybe put a couple of hoops up also. It's one.
We had a couple trees that we had a bad storm and it had cracked one of the trees and it was laying partly in the yard. So my mom had a company come in and they're like, well, we'll remove all the wood chips. And my mom's like, oh no, just pile them up there.
Yeah.
So that's what I was doing for a whole week was moving wood chips up to her. My mom's got a raised bed in our front yard that's literally 6 feet wide and 95 feet long.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
you
gonna say
want to
the
talk about a
codes
raised
also.
bed?
But that's why like maintenance and fixing things, yeah, it's
That's
expensive
super
these
range.
days. So yeah, could definitely cost more than a
Yeah,
house when it was built a long time ago.
but yeah, I
Yeah,
just had to put wood chips all over that, and that took me like a week. So she moved one exit up the freeway into the city when I went to high school. The park entrance is right here, and it was an easy way to get from the high school to the park. But we would actually drive around this city instead of driving into it to get into the park system because that's how bad the cops are here. My parents' house got broken into and they stole stuff. And they even admitted that they stole my box and there was a shit ton of cannabis in it and a whole bunch of hash and a whole bunch of this and a whole bunch of that. I went to
Understand.
make a fucking police report and they started grilling me on it. And I'm
hmm.
like, wait a second. You know, I'm a medical patient from Michigan. And by the time this all really goes to court and everything, you're going to have medical in Ohio. Why the fuck you grilling me on it, like trying to want to charge me for this weed? Well, they said there was a lot. There was like a pound and a half of like the primo top. Well, there was other things in there too. I said, yeah, can we charge them on all the prescription drugs they took from me?
Yeah, man.
I gave up. It took me 2.5 years, but I got back my 2 items that they couldn't sell.
I hardly ever. I don't think I've ever really heard of cops ever doing much for like yeah something like that where like a house break and some stuff was stolen. It was like never ever.
I was here when the county stopped by, and there was like three of them from the county, and one was she was I forget what she was. She was something high up in the county police department or sheriff's department, and she asked me if I was able to get back any of my items, and I said, "Oh yeah."
Huh. Like sometimes they'll have a page a lot of times, sometimes the police do anyway, of stuff that's like they do a bust and they know like this is stolen stuff and they'll like
Yeah.
list it. But also like yeah, all they'll do like yeah, they'll fill out a report. Normally, if you get robbed, so you can like file something with your insurance or maybe taxes or whatever, or just some record of it. Yeah, maybe for
Well,
the future too, like if they do ever come across some stolen stuff.
the
But
picture
then they
that
would just
you
be looking
see,
for your stuff.
well, the thing is, it's kind of hard to move like the picture you're looking at. They did damage the bottom left-hand corner of the poster, but it's kind of hard to move something like that in a 1563 botanical print of a
Yeah.
cannabis plant.
Uh-huh.
You know, not every place is going to buy that. You know, they're going to buy gold, they're going to buy silver, but
Yeah. Some people
and
put
that's
one of those
they
trackers in those AirPod trackers in
yeah,
stuff
but my
if anything
parents
might be
are
stolen.
antique dealers and they
Yeah.
have a bunch of silver, and
Uh-huh.
that's what they took.
Or if it's in a box, put one in the box, tag. Yeah, maybe something you can do nowadays. But yeah, no, it's a bitch. Getting robbed sucks.
The
It
stupid
sucks.
thing
Makes you hate
is
people too
they
sometimes.
took them they took it to the pawn shops that were within 3 and 4 miles of the house. One's literally a mile and a quarter away.
Huh. And a lot of times it's somebody you know or knows you, you've met.
It was the people working on the house.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I had
there
my
you go.
apartment broken into. They smoked my weed, drank 3 cans of beer, ate all the bologna in the refrigerator. They laughed. The
Man,
kitchen was a freaking mess. There was like mustard all over the sink, and
well, with the 3 beers and weed, it must have been kids.
yeah, it was somebody I knew. It was obviously like somebody. They knew where my stash was. They knew where help himself to a sandwich.
Would you like mustard with that? Mustard or no mustard?
We didn't have much in the fridge, man.
I learned a long time ago, yeah, it's a pain in the ass, but to save money, buy your groceries every 2 to 3 days. At least for me.
I buy
Well,
mine
with
about once a week. What are you gonna
yeah,
say?
I don't have a car, man. I got to go by bus or subway, so it's always light. You know, something, couple of bags I can carry. I can't do like a week's worth.
I had a deep sea diving bag in Thailand. That's usually what I use to go to grocery shopping because I'd ride the bike.
I used to ride the bike in Denmark shopping. Had a basket in the back, and then sometimes I'd have like those big plastic, the reusable bag, like one on each handlebar too, or maybe a bag of like potato, like 10-pound bag of potatoes on the handlebar also, like at the end. And yeah, loads. Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. But that wasn't uncommon. And it wasn't like that far. But yeah, I stick to that too.
You put a 20 baht bag of ice on your bike handlebars, and it makes it hard to drive your bike. And I'm talking about a motorcycle.
Yeah, you have to be conscious of it, definitely. And that's why two of them, it's almost better balancing it out. But it's still not the same, director and everything. You could start swinging.
My problem is the other side is the gas.
No, electric bikes are great for urban commuting.
Yeah, but there's a problem with their charging. They're lighting up buildings, and fire departments don't like them.
Are the
Huh.
batteries catching on fire?
Yeah, big time. Because they're all
I see.
cheap, Chinese batteries. They're not,
Yeah.
authentic.
About 2 years ago, Thailand put up a sign that says if your battery pack is made by this, your like little charger battery pack, if it's made by this company or over this amperage, it is not allowed on the plane. And they were literally showing pictures of people using their charging banks and them catching on fire inside planes. Or it would be overhead in the storage
Oh, I
compartment,
love
and all of a
overhead.
sudden it would start like catching
Or
everything
underhead.
on fire.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's like burning plastic, and you're seeing people trying to move this thing, and they're burning themselves and other people. And when burning plastic drops, it still burns for a while.
Tastes like
It don't go
Yeah,
out.
burning.
yeah, that's always cool.
I
Yeah, I
seen a
watched the
But not
video of
when
a
you're at 43,000 feet.
Yeah, no, not there.
watched a video of a Tesla burning underwater. That was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I've always heard they were most dangerous when you recharge them. Like an electric bike battery.
Yeah, that's because the electronics that control the charging aren't good. You can
I
charge a battery safely, but if you don't have the electronics to do it, it's like a bomb.
I keep mine on a timer, so I always set it like I'll like turn it on and then it's set to turn off like in a few hours.
I seen
I've
a
had, go ahead, D.
I seen a battery. I forget the exact which one it is, but you take a screwdriver and a hammer and you hammer a screwdriver in it, it friggin' explodes. Seriously, it's like crazy.
I've had my one phone now for over 2 years. It's coming up on 3 years. And I've got a 120 watt
Tucky.
charger for it. But that's made for Asia. Then they've run off basically
Tucky.
phase 3.
Yeah.
So I have to have like a step down unit, and then I have that plugged in. But man, does that charge my phone in like 30 minutes from zero.
Well,
Yeah.
here the voltage is actually down about 100 volts, which means that if you have a mechanical timer for your lights, you're going to lose about 5 minutes a day on the mechanical timer.
Yeah, I left those
Interesting.
actually still attached and hooked up in the basement of my house in Michigan when I sold it. I said, look, it's a selling point. 2 timers, dedicated 220 lines. Yeah, the realtor looked at that and said, what were you doing here? I said, what the fuck do you think I was doing here? I was growing a lot of weed. That's why upstairs in the bedrooms, there's nothing.
Yeah, the things realtors see.
Oh, yeah. It's not the first time a grower, like my friend here, even in Ohio,
I don't
before
think
my,
growing is even just mild, or just one of many kinds of things they come across. Oh, what did you use this house for? Like,
well,
oh, okay.
my friend, before it became even medical here, he sold his farm out on the east side here. And the realtor came in and he had the whole basement set up. He says, man, they're buying everything. I ain't moving all this shit out. Ballasts, everything attached. All the lights and hoods were down, but all the wiring and the ballast, he says, I ain't doing shit to this place. Sell it.
Hmm.
The next person can take out all these magnetic ballasts.
In most
Yeah,
cases, people are going to remodel it anyway, so they're going to strip things out, tear down walls, and change the electricity, and you know, you never paint the house, the colors that you like. You just paint it just base white. Whoever's going to move into the house, they're going to paint it the color they want.
exactly. Just make it look nice.
Yeah, white, off white, yeah, makes sense.
And it's the history of the property too. I was like this one house I was looking at, and the realtor was going, "Yeah, there was an old couple lived here. Don't worry, they didn't die in the house. They were, it was like a selling point that they didn't find dead bodies laying in the kitchen."
What's this stain here on the floor? We can't get it off. It's
Uh-oh,
a
gotta
dark
go.
color.
All right, my battery's shot. So have a good night, folks.
All right. Thanks
All
for
right.
joining us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks
thanks.
for having me, man. This is fun.
Cool.
Come back anytime.
Appreciate that. Bye now.
Bye. Peace.
Yeah, that was good.
And then there were two.
Oh, Dia checked out.
D
I guess he
dropped
left
out
me.
for a second.
He might come back or something. I think he
Yeah,
left
he
me.
should.
So, yeah, I was thinking about, that reminded me of something what we were talking about. What the,
Oh, Mom finally turned the heater on in the garage.
yeah, it's getting cold.
Yeah, I lost another plant because of it. and I've got my plants in a different spot with a heater and everything else, and I still lost another plant because of the cold.
Hmm.
And I was basically I went down the steps and I didn't go down until late in the day because I wasn't feeling well. So I try to stay away from my dad because of his breathing problems. And I was going to go down the next morning and tell my mom that, hey, listen, you know, we've been under 60 here for a while and you haven't turned the heater on. I'm giving up growing because you're just setting me up to fail. I mean, I'm struggling to keep everything alive right now with what I have because I'm using LEDs and I'm like in the 60s and low 70s. So all
Yeah, I
these
hear you.
plants that
Me
I
too.
got from friends that had like all this really nice branching and undergrowth that I thought I could take a lot of clones from just kind of really died away really quick because it the light wouldn't penetrate.
Yeah,
And
I just
that's what
shut
I
off
found.
my AC. It never needs to turn on, or pretty much never. I I never. I'll check it out, but as I remember, like I did this last year too. Turned it off and everything was fine, and never had to even leave it on.
I have an intake with a HEPA filter on it, and it just pulls it from the garage, which is a 60 degrees. So I have 60-degree cold air coming into my grow room. I just have passive air. That's it.
Yeah, nice.
I've got a fan that has a humidity controller on it and a temperature controller. So when it hits a
Uh-huh.
certain temperature, it kicks
Yeah.
on certain humidity, it kicks on, or it kicks on a
Uh-huh.
humidifier
Yeah.
or dehumidifier.
There's some cool shit. Like I just ordered a jacked up humidifier. One of the new ones that's like, ultrasonic. Oh, it's hot and cold,
Captain's
and
number one
and
fan.
it's got a built-in carbon, some kind of filter, demineralization filter also, and
Yeah,
yeah, it's
the one
top
that
fill, and something
the
about like ultrafine mist and can project like something like 40 inches or something, and
That's what she
mine's
said.
a I've got one that sits literally 3 feet away from me. It's a evaporated humidifier. But I went on the eBay and because I've got to get a couple more humidifiers, but I can't get them like this. I need to have, humidity coming out of it, really.
uh,
And for like $20, you can buy them on, yeah, they're like
yeah, there's a
Home
cheap one.
Depot, but all you really need is the emulsifier that sits down in the water and changes the water from water into vapor.
Yeah,
And a fan, that's all
ultrasonic.
you need.
Yeah, transducer. Yeah. But these are pretty cool. Like so, and this also you can set the humidity you want, so it adjusts. It tries to keep an actual humidity. But I also just bought. It was only like $15 too. It's like the cheapest one I could find on Amazon for you. It detects humid. It's a humidity sensor, and you can dial in the humidity that you want, and it has an outlet plug. So I'm gonna
And only
control
20
my.
bucks.
It's under. Yeah, it was even less than 20 bucks. So I'm gonna control. It's like a $30 cheap humidifier I have. So I'm gonna control that with this to just turn it on and off. Because I bought a tent. So I finally bought a tent for drying in, and I'm going to use this, just a small tent. And thinking like, yeah, I should have probably done this a long time ago instead of just like having open space and just like, well, the humidifiers have gotten a lot better though too. But yeah, this sounds cool. Like it'll actually keep it like right now I've got like a duty cycler on my humidifier to try and just give a little bit of humidity, but not too much. And because yeah, it's in the tent, so I don't want to get too much. And in the past I've just kept it on like basically like full blast, in the room. But yeah, so now it's in a small tent, 2x4,
Well,
pretty small tent.
I had to go with the evaporator because if I got one that just put out a bunch of like moisture, like a big fog of it, we have too many paper items in the house and it would just
Yeah.
screw them up.
Well, the ultrasonic, like, they say that it says to adjust it to where you can't see the mist anymore. But and then you can turn it down more too. But I don't. I'll see how this newer one is. It sounds like it'll vary its spray intensity and for the humidity, and it's got like a night setting too.
Well, you'll have to give us a review.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Then I'm just having it for the house too. But the night setting, so then maybe it won't be too intense ever. So if you really just want a gradual, um, mist.
See, we get really dry here in the wintertime and also in the summer, especially in Michigan. That's why in 2015 there was a big powder mildew breakout in Michigan. But
Uh,
yeah, it's something that, we have to watch here and we have to run both of them because, if you're controlling your humidity, you're going to control your PM. If you're too
yeah.
dry, you're going to get powder mildew like crazy.
Uh-huh. Makes sense. And so this one's it's hot and cold. Like I'll see I guess you can dial in the temperature also, maybe. I don't know how this works, hot, cold, mist. But I don't have a heater in the tent and I'm not planning. So this will also be like I'm thinking maybe I'll anyway try to it'll put some heat in there if it needs it.
That fan I was talking about, that cost me over $300.
Uh yeah.
Love it.
They last though. The expensive good fans, they do last though.
Oh, I've got a fan that I'll never see again that I bought in 2003. And I used it for 14 years.
Uh-huh.
Anywhere from it sat on can filters for a long time,
Right.
but
Yeah,
it
the
had
inline ones.
nylon
No problem.
bearings in it.
Not like the cheap oscillating fans. I don't know why they can't make even just a non-oscillating fan.
I don't know. I like the
The old
oscillating
fan.
fans. I want my
They
plants to
don't last
dance.
though. Yeah, they just don't last. I mean, I don't know. I never did buy a
Never turn
really
them
good
off.
one. Yeah,
Never turn them off.
yeah, it definitely helps. But
Yeah.
then all of a sudden you come in and you say, "What's that smell?" Like, they're slowing down or something. There's some friction building up or something. You got to watch that.
Well, I immediately do not put the front of the fan on, the shroud.
Yeah.
I keep those off, and every 4 months I take the fan apart, pull the blades out, wash them down.
Mhm.
It's all about maintenance too.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
because a
especially like
lot
if
of
it's
us
not
pod
too,
growers
you know,
are
not
lazy
gonna
as
walk into
fuck.
it. Yeah, well, there's so much to do. Actually, we're not, but there's so much to do, really.
If
And it's
you're
all the
walking
time.
into your
It's like the
fan,
mail nonstop.
you've got a problem to begin with.
Well, hopefully it's like out of the way a bit, you know. But yeah, no, I take the front off because it's not dangerous. Depending on how
No,
you
I
go
put my
into it.
elbow into
Yeah,
them.
the back of it will chop, but not the front. It just pushes away.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
Then
getting
you can easily
smacked.
clean it.
But no, you just pull off the fan blades and everything. It's only
I'll usually
one
just
bolt.
wipe it. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, maybe I'm too lazy for that. Like
The
once in a
center
while, but
nut.
it's easy. I just go there with wet paper towel or something. When I get
As
around
long
to
as you
doing
clean
it,
it.
you know, I admit there's so much to do. It's never all getting done.
Uh, when mine's up and going, it's pretty damn easy. But I'm also spending 4 days a week at it, 5 days a week.
Uh, I've also learned what's real more important than other things too. Boy, I used to really like overdo it, I think.
Rather overdo it than underdo it.
Yeah, yeah, and maybe it protected me or some things, you know. You know, the point of like putting on, changing my shoes and putting you know, or making sure my clothes, you know, wasn't outside or something. I'm not as picky about that anymore. Unless I've been in somebody else's grow room that's infested, but if I'm just outside, yeah, not that paranoid anymore.
Well, in Thailand, they're all dressing up in these like, hazmat suits almost.
Huh.
And I'm
I'll still,
like, no, just bring a pair of clean clothes to work and work in whatever clothes you want to. Just don't be out in the yard doing yard work and then come to work.
yeah, I'll still try to wear like a long sleeve shirt. That I always keep something. I used to, I don't have it now, but a silk shirt is the best. Really like an oversized silk shirt, maybe like from a secondhand store or something if you find one. Yeah, they're good because they're monofilament and they don't pick up static electricity too much like polyester. The polyester is also good, monofilament. It's not going to shed as much. And then I'll usually put that on over what I'm wearing, especially if I'm wearing short sleeves, so then it's like sleeves, because so you know, cannabis wants to bother people. You
I've got a
know,
friend that literally was running a 50 lighter. And every time he'd go into the room and brush up against a plant, it would leave like a
the red
red
mark.
mark on him.
Yeah, yeah, some people are worse than others, you know. But it was also
He's
for you know, for
allergic
the
to
dust.
cannabis.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's like a stoner's nightmare.
And
But
it didn't stop him from smoking it, that's
as
for
long as
sure.
his yeah, as long as his lungs weren't allergic to it. But you know, it was for the dust that I put on that shirt, and it's just so it wouldn't contaminate my buds with dust, cotton lint, whatever's on my shirt. But that's you know that's for like a hazmat suit. That's kind of overdoing it, you know. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of upbeasing when you watch them like spray the pineapple field and it's 109 degrees outside and this guy's in literally a hazmat suit
আর এই
Yeah,
spraying chemicals on them.
right. There are situations. Yeah, there are situations. It's
Of
necessary. It
course.
makes sense. What are you showing there?
ছিল এই ভিডিওটার মধ্যে একটা জোস লেভেলের ট্রিক দেখাইছে এয়ার ফিল্টার গুলাকে ক্লিন করার। যদিও এইভাবে ক্লিন করতে গেলে প্রপারলি ক্লিন তো হয় না, বাট তুমিও জানো যে মজা লাগে
Kaboom.
সেই লেভেলের।
That's a carbon filter.
আর এই লোকটা ওই ভিডিওটা ইন্টারনেটে
Wait, is
দেখার
that
পরে
a
সেম
empty one?
কাজটাই তার নিজের ফিল্টারের সাথে করতে চাইছিল। বাট এক্সপেরিমেন্টের রেজাল্ট তো আর সবসময় একরকম হয় না, তাই না? তো এই লোকটা
This is just
সবকিছুই সেম
like
ভাবে
somebody
করছে,
having
জাস্ট
fun
একটু
in the
ডিফারেন্ট ছিল যে এক
Midwest.
চান্সেই সব ধুলা উড়াই দিতে চাইছিল।
Although he
বাট
doesn't have the
এইবার
Midwest
ধুলা
accent
সহ
when he's
পুরা
talking.
ফিল্টারই উড়া গেছে। জোস না ব্যাপারটা? আর ওই যে ফলো বাটনটা দেখতেছো, ও
Yeah, so you can put explosives and blow the carbon dust out of your carbon filter.
Uh-huh.
Or you could actually, all my carbon filters, I had filters on the outside of them because I had
Yeah,
them
yeah, definitely.
in the room and I had the 10-inch fan hooked up to the end and it would just suck it all through. So
Yeah,
I
the
really didn't have
pre-filter
that
thing.
problem.
Is that what she said?
Yep.
Yeah.
And like I said, I never had a problem.
Boom. So that how's that Indian food going for you, D?
Good.
That
Hopefully I'll be
what
doing a new video soon. I
did you
really
understand
enjoy it.
anything that was that Indian that they got? Was it one of the dialects?
I'm sorry, what was that, Jeff?
Was that one of the dialects in India or something?
No, it was French, wasn't it?
Was that French? Didn't,
Oh, was
I
it
don't know.
coming across the screen?
No, it
I
was
heard
in.
it here. Maybe it didn't go across YouTube, but I heard it soon, maybe some of the audio.
I know I got a
Yeah.
friend to Christoph's in chat.
Oh, okay. The boom translated well.
One too many O's.
Cheers, Christoph.
Yeah, big force. Mon ami.
What time is it?
420.
Oh, it's one. It's always 4:20.
Yeah, man. That's my clock in the kitchen says 4:20 all the time.
Now that the other show is over, we probably picked up a few people.
Yeah, not too many.
Oh, did the other one end?
Yeah, a while ago.
Midnight. I'm not a big enough person to be on that one.
I would have volunteered. I didn't
I
even
do
know.
have an episode with them though from Thailand.
Right on.
It's just they kept on sending me the wrong link. Actually, it was no one sent me a link for a while, and the show's going on. I'm in chat. Hey, send me a link to the goddamn show so I can join my own episode.
Yeah. Right on.
So
I'm
we may end
feeling-
up doing the episode in the beginning of April. when I go back over because that's like harvest season for outdoor.
Mm-hmm.
And part of Thailand, I haven't really traveled that much,
Right on.
which is where Thai stick came from.
Hey man, that stuff that's tied to a stick, man.
Well,
Oh,
the
you mean
problem
Thai stick, man.
is the travel to get there. You
Far
know,
out,
the
man.
closest airport that you can get is like a
Far
6 hour
out.
bus ride from where I need to be.
So it's really far out, man.
Well, when you look at it, it takes a whole day,
Mm-hmm.
basically to get out there, and then a whole day to get back to Bangkok. So if you only have 5 days, you're traveling 2 out of the five. And
You travel so
Thailand
much
and
though.
Asia, no, you fly into places that have airports and, go 30 minutes outside of that, 45 minutes max.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I travel so much. I tell you what, it does wear on you
It wears
because
on me, but you're good at it. Sounds like that.
even,
Better than me.
but no, because even coming to my parents' house, it's not my house. I don't feel like I can relax. So I feel like I've been on the road for like the past almost 9 years.
Bullshit, slip that into a Yeah.
But yeah, I've gotten to see some beautiful places and places people only see in books, but it gets wearing, especially when you're in your late 40s, early 50s. Because my first
Yeah, I can
few
imagine
years in
that.
Thailand wasn't bad, but then after it got to like the third year, it was like, man, I'm always on the go.
Yeah.
And that was mainly because of the loophole in Thailand that if I spent X amount of days out of the country, the every 6 months didn't apply to me.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But come on,
Yeah.
from Bangkok to Bali, it was like $240 round trip. Yeah,
It's the time
I'm
to go.
gone.
Yeah,
As
man.
well. I was reading somewhere, I don't know, but there was some story about an airline. I guess at one point they offered a lifetime pass to fly on their airline, and you pay one price and you can fly anywhere you want for your life for lifetime. And this
Yeah,
couple did it. I don't know if you read this. I don't know how I came across this article because it's something in the news or whatever. But and they sold
Mark
their
Cuban
house.
got it.
Huh. They sold their house. They just traveled a lot. Sometimes they would, like, instead of getting a hotel room, they would book a flight at night and sleep on the flight. And, like, fly,
Yep.
like, oh, we'll make sure it's a nice long flight. We'll get a good sleep, wind up. Okay, yeah, let's go there. Some country, and
When they opened up the Euro rail in Europe,
Monorail.
I went
yeah,
over and
like
it
that.
was
Yep.
in 98. 98, yeah. I went
Exactly. People would
over
sleep on the train, though.
and I bought a month-long Eurail pass and I would like pick destinations out that were like 8 hours, 9 hours apart. And I would sleep on the train. And then in the morning, get up in a new city, a new country, and
Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's yeah, it's just like these people that they were flying. Yeah, so that wasn't even that unique then that they were doing because everyone was doing that with Eurail. I mean, young people
yeah,
Monorail.
like during the summer, whatever Eurail, whatever. Pay
But
one
the
price.
airplane, The
Maybe they
airplane
still have
pass
it.
was like
More or less.
150,000 a year, or 150 or 100, yeah, like 150,000 it was.
Huh. It's a lot of money.
But it's, you know, free lifetime airfare.
Yeah, it's kind of a stupid thing to offer. And you're gonna have so those people
Not when
like
you're
people at
a businessman and you've got like Mark Cuban or someone like that that's, you know, has to travel all the time.
yeah, but for the airlines to offer that, it's like offering all you can eat buffet, and yeah, there's gonna be some people that are just gonna really be eating a lot.
And then there's some people that use it 3 times a year, 4 times a year, and that's it.
Yeah,
But when you're talking, you know, $1,500, $2,000 a trip, and you use it 4 times a year, that's $8,000.
well,
Well, you
that's
can
what they were
live longer
hoping.
than 20 years.
Obviously, that's what they're hoping, and maybe also that, well, and kind of like with Eurail also, that it doesn't cost them anymore, let's say, because they're
No.
going to be running the trains anyway, flying the planes. But somehow, I can see planes, it adding, the weight does add more, to fuel
Yeah, but the thing
more than
is you're
trains.
paying up front.
Yeah.
So
But
it's a
where,
way to
like maybe,
generate capital.
like what they would have to maybe do that, but then, oh, your baggage isn't free. So you have to pay the baggage every flight, though. Something like that. Where then maybe they make a little bit kind of like, oh, and the drinks aren't free. So, they make a little bit on you. Like, or same on like the trains are like that, the food's not free and everything. So maybe they
Yeah,
can
I've
recoup a little bit.
Yeah.
I've got a case going against one of the airlines through the airline. I'm petitioning. I bought my ticket from the United States. They told me here, because I bought it through one of our companies, that my extra baggages wouldn't be over $75 a piece. Well, and I would be able to take 2 bags back and a carry-on. Well, I had to end up paying for the carry-on and 1 bag, and the carry-on that was 1/3 the weight of one of my regular bags still cost me the same price. I ended up paying close to
Yeah,
$380 to get
they
two
charge a
bags
lot now.
back,
Uh,
where
yeah,
it should have
that is a
only been
lot.
150.
And the
And
food,
then
I think the
they charged me $1,000, and then all of a sudden, within 3 days, my bank account started get emptied by all these other companies. I can't mention the
crazy.
name of the
I
airline
hate
right
that.
now because they may be named in a lawsuit. I
The
got a
couple that was
lawyer.
flying, I think they also were getting free meals, so they would also like, oh yeah, we'll catch some sleep and we'll get some dinner and then get some sleep.
Well, yeah,
Watch a
you weren't
movie.
you weren't getting like economy seats. You were getting like first class, business class seats.
Oh wow, yeah. So nice.
So
Yeah,
yeah, you were
definitely.
getting
Maybe
good
free
food.
drinks too. Actually, there was always free. In the past, there was like maybe just one free drink, but yeah, there was always, or maybe even two, but they were a little stingy, not like first class. But there used to be free drinks on most flights, or at
In
least
Thailand,
international. At least
I had
international.
a in Thailand, I had to hide my drinks going through the ticket counter to get on to board the plane because they wanted to take all the drinks away from people. So when they got on the plane, they had to buy a drink on the plane.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No, as I remember, it's even like the domestic flights too. Yeah, you get offered, those little bottles of liquor for free. Now you have to pay it,
Yeah, the one
like everything.
I flew on the way
Peanuts, you get the
back,
peanuts,
Oh, you like a penis?
the honey
and the
roasted
one that I
peanuts, and made
Oh, you like a penis?
flying made them famous.
they
Oh,
actually their bourbon is Woodford, so it's not bad. I pick up a couple extra bottles each way.
Uh-huh.
oh fucking what show?
Well, Jack Daniels or real bourbon. Oh, I'll take the real bourbon.
Yeah, that's what I do too. I go for the good shit. Why is this not working?
I've even drank wine on planes because of the meal.
Mm.
Emirates Airlines has really comfortable seats. They're nice, wide. They give you extra leg room, and the meals are probably the best in the airlines.
Huh.
I'm sure there's some smaller, more expensive airlines, but
Oh,
their wine was really good. I was on a plane going from Newark to Dubai,
mm-hmm.
and they literally, when we got up in the air, they said, it's going to be a 12 and a half hour flight or whatever. And they said, oh, by the way, if you'd like to move into the center aisles and sleep in the five seaters, feel free to. There was
Ah,
like six people on this plane in economy.
Hmm.
Everybody else was up in business class, first class.
Yeah, they used to be great. I don't know. That doesn't seem to happen anymore.
No, because they cut the number of flights.
Yeah, they've gotten better at packing them in, filling them
Before
up.
COVID, Chiang Rai was up to 23 flights a day. And after COVID, they were at like 3 and 4 flights a day. And then as I left, they were still only at like 8 flights a day. That's how much they cut down. But you get onto an airplane and maybe you had an empty seat or two.
Yeah, the old days. It was like you'd get on, you'd like be wondering, like, oh, I hope the flight's empty. And then sometimes you get, oh, it'd be packed. You'd be like, oh. No, it's always like
No,
that.
actually, during the 90s and like going over to Amsterdam, I would hope that they overbooked the flight and you could, take that extra
Oh,
plane ticket and just take the
yeah,
next later flight.
yeah. That was cool when that happened too.
I
oh,
came out
yeah.
of Vegas one time and the guy was offering $1,000 extra for someone's seat. I
He wasn't in a polka band, was he? Trying to get home?
have no idea.
It was
The
John Can. I'm talking about John Candy. Anyways, never mind.
Well,
Dude,
AI will be making sure none of the they'll be making sure everyone's packed in. They're paying as little money out as possible. No overbooking, just like perfect book. It'll be like on demand. Like any extra seats, they'll be like some way like offer it to somebody really cheap who just buy it. Don't know the person that wants it.
I found out in Thailand that instead of like, you know, buying your ticket the day before you leave, just show up at the airport and buy your ticket that way because your
Uh-huh.
ticket was usually like 60% off if there
Nice.
was open seats. If not, you just catch the next flight.
Uh-huh. Well, they always had like a standby.
Yeah, that's kind
I
of,
don't know if they still do it.
you could fly that way. But if you show
Yeah.
up at the airport and they have extra tickets, they're a hell of a lot cheaper than buying them the night or 2 nights before.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I still haven't figured out how to like buy a business class for cheaper than an economy class like some people do. Haven't figured that one out yet. And I've got to make 2 airplane ticket or flights where I can actually use like the club. I've got club passes that expire in like March.
You do fly a lot.
But I'm going out to San Diego and I've got a layover in Las Vegas.
Nice.
You fly in style. That's
How
cool.
long's the layover, Captain?
They're usually between like 4 and 16 hours.
Oh, so you got some time to hang out. That's cool.
Yeah, but I don't want to hang out in Las
Oh,
Vegas.
okay,
If
I
I'm
got you.
if I'm hanging out in Las Vegas, I'm walking outside the airport to smoke a joint.
Yeah, I got you.
I did that in Salt Lake City. I asked the lady, I said, how busy is it now between the time I have to take off? And she goes, oh, we're not busy. You can walk right through, especially being handicapped. You'll be, on the other side of security within 10 minutes. And I said, cool, I'm going out and having a cigarette. Well, it turned out to be a joint and 2 cigarettes. That's why basically the only pictures you see of me on IG are me smoking outside of someplace. And
Yeah.
thanks to D, I have the palace in Saigon. That one was
Yeah.
kind of hairy because I had guys with like M16s on one side and M16s on the other side of me.
Stuck in the middle with you. That's funny.
Yeah, that's why I didn't stick around, smoke too long right there because
Yeah,
I knew one of them was going to get a whiff of it,
I
and I
feel
didn't
you.
wind up in no Vietnamese prison.
Yeah, you don't want to end up there, that's for sure. They're fucked.
With me in Chiang Rai, and you can end up in a prison lost forever.
Mhm.
I thought the commander was hitting on me. He was just happy that I was talking English with him and sharing my weed.
Funny.
Yeah, he got really high. Him and his second in command, they were at the bar one night or one day.
Is that your friend? The guy,
He is now.
kind of guy that became
I
friends with you.
I literally had to ask the bartender if he was hitting on me or he was just happy to be talking with me. And she goes, "Oh no, no, no. He happy he talking with you." And I go, "Good, because he's touching me an awful lot."
Oh.
So yeah, the commander of the local prison is a good friend of mine.
True.
They lost the whole day Friday though. I gave them the wrong joint. I gave them a Death Star joint with hash in it. They smoked it in the morning with their coffee, and they said we didn't get shit done until like 3 o'clock.
That's funny.
Yeah, they were high for 6 fucking hours. Uh, transplant tomorrow, cover a window.
Mm.
That's what I had planned. And then after they get accumulated to the new environment, I have like 60 clones to take.
Fun, fun, fun.
Yeah, it's good to have something to do. It's
Oh,
nice.
here's a little something I found out. If you're using the round rock wool plugs with the slits in them and you're buying them in the bags of 50, they are now smaller plugs, but they were even smaller than buying in bulk to begin with, because I looked at Grodan for bulk uh, plugs with the slits in them, and they're actually the same size that I used to use, which fit snugly into the 72 count trays. These new ones, no, they don't fit snug. It's almost like I want to take and put a rubber band around the top of it. The bottom is fine, but the top, when it flares out in those 72 counts, yeah, it doesn't hold it quite well.
It's what they're doing. The shrinkflation.
But for $350, I can buy 1,800 of them.
Holy shit.
And they're the size that I want. But the ones that come in the pre-package have shrank 2 times, and they're like $16 for 50 of them. So for basically the price of,
Mm.
what I'm paying, yeah, it's more cost effective.
I use peat pucks or soil pucks. I tried using rock wool. Didn't work out too good for me.
You dry them out.
No, clones didn't take.
Yeah,
So then
should have.
I went back to soil pucks, and that worked just
Rough
fine.
one.
So I'm just stuck with that.
I use the peat pucks for seeds. And I've also learned with those to take like a coat hanger or a piece of wire and poke that hole before you put it down in there.
Yeah.
Open it up a little bit and then kind of mush it back together.
Yes, Justin B. Yeah, for sure, Captain. I usually use something and exactly do what you're saying. That's good tip. Just a tip.
She said.
Uh,
Because I like putting my seed, when my seeds pop,
uh-oh.
I like putting them in those
Injury.
seed pellets.
Yeah.
And then
That's what I was using.
once they get to a certain height, it's like, okay, it's time for a cup and it's time for me to fill dirt around you because you're starting to lean.
Get low. Get low. Get low. I go from owner to soil into right on Justin Bean. Justin Bean. Justin Bean says I go from the cloner to soil and solos. But I like the epoxy. I think it gives it more stability as well.
If I go from clone, it's clone to cup to pot. But I don't have any problem with rock wool. I've run 95%. If I lose 5 out of 100, oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Shit happens.
Mm-hmm. That's
I've
still a
lost
good.
trays before.
Yeah, it's still a good percentage.
Yeah.
The worst is when you have too much humidity and they start to mold up on you.
Yeah.
Never get that happening. Let's see right
I
now.
have.
It's like 23% here now. Now I'm looking in my room. Just like
And
ambient.
the thing is if you take the domes off and a couple of the plants happen to be touching another tray, it will spread to the other tray really quick because of the spores and everything. You get a tray with that, and you just start pulling out the plants that have it and throwing them away. And hopefully you can rescue something.
That sounds like a bitch.
Yep.
Well, there we go. Danish flags. Here's poppies right here. Gigantic. Gigantums. All these.
But do I want to wait 90 days to sell my harvest? Or do I want to get paid every 2 weeks?
Wow. True.
That's the way I looked at it. And I
Holy
taught enough people and I had enough friends that were good growers that it was like, hey, I'll just supply you with clones all the time. And yeah, they'd be clones that I want to smoke, but I'll feed you clones all the time. You just, give me like cost on the weed, which is
Yeah.
basic your electric bill and your nutrients.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, in Michigan, I had that set up with like 5 different people. So I always had weed.
Insect plant seed. That's
Bring
crazy.
it back to Ohio and sell it for fucking $400 an ounce.
Yo, I hit
Oh,
the jackpot.
I still
Oh,
get
yeah.
400 an ounce here in Ohio. I
Mhm.
can't believe the weed's still 50, 100 for good homegrown.
You
And
machine.
that's what people are saying now. It's like, is it homegrown or dispo? And you tell them it's homegrown, and they're like, okay, we'll pay more.
Fucking sweet.
So
Yeah, that's the
maybe
way it should be.
Ohio is start that over again, and home growers actually start to be able to like pay for their harvests again.
Check that out. There's some Tasmanian poppies, seeds. We got a couple there.
Couple hundred.
Yeah. We got some Danish flag here.
Okay.
And these ones are, oh fuck, look how small the writing is. How the hell did I write that small? I don't know, there's some kind of poppies. I can't read that right now. And then I got these other ones. I don't know what they are either, but they're might be Tasmanian
Huh.
poppies. So I'm gonna try growing some of them for next year for outdoor.
Yeah.
I just gotta make sure I keep the Indians away from them when they harvest the ton of for the pods.
I think they're different, the ones for opium, though. They gotta
No,
be. Or I've never,
these are the real things.
is it the same thing? Yeah.
These are these are the poppy like the opium ones. You collect these, you score and everything.
Okay. Okay. But
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
different
yeah,
than like the normal ornamental or whatever you normally see,
yeah.
I guess. Yes.
No,
No,
they're the same.
these are the
Are
real
they
ones.
the same?
What, Captain?
Yeah,
Or do they
poppies
just
are
not get,
poppies. You just don't milk them.
is that it? Or they don't get fully fertilized or something normally? Or I mean
No, you
like
just don't score them and take the opium out of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the
Micro.
like
opium is produced before the flower.
Yep. No, after you harvest after flower.
I thought it was before the flower. You scored them and took it, and then they flowered open.
No, get after because you have to wait for the crown. You have to wait for the crown to look like a crown at the top. No leaf or flower.
All the ones I see people doing in Afghanistan are all closed tops, are just starting to open.
hmm.
Mm,
Well, there's got to be some different varieties where some are
Oh, I'm
better than
sure.
others. And
I
They're
but
got
yeah, I
from
some.
guess
all
it
over
grows. If
Asia.
that was in that other maybe it was Netflix series in Arkansas, and they were like growing cannabis, I think it was, but then they were secretly growing poppies also.
Poppy's been a little sloppy. Hi, Moo.
Ozarks. The name of the
Yeah, I
series.
watched a little bit of that.
So yeah, I wonder. I haven't heard anything about that. Sometime in the future, maybe you hear like stories. Oh yeah, we used to grow the poppies, and
Hey, Dogbat.
Well, heroin is so cheap anymore. Why have to grow it?
I don't
Because
know.
it's fun. Like
That's
I
why a
actually
lot
do
of
like the flower.
But they were
That's
doing it
why
so like then you don't have to import it. It's it's already here.
yeah, but you still have to process it.
It's not that hard to
Huh.
process. No.
Well, yeah, if you want to sit around and stir a big pot of tar all day and add chemicals to it.
But for
Well, no, you don't have to do
isn't
it.
like
You see,
opium,
natural.
but just for opium, isn't that more or less just
When the
the
sample
plant
comes out,
product?
it dries. You can just do it like that, Cap.
Okay.
I know someone that does it.
Yeah, I never got into it. And
Yeah.
the villages up by me, they kept it hush hush because they were basically growing it to feed the people that were already addicted to it.
Hmm.
I mean, I literally bought, from a friend of mine, one of his workers on his farm. His wife was he's like 50 years old and his wife's been an opium addict for like 30 years.
Wow.
So the village, actually makes the opium and make sure it gets out to those people. And he bought me an extra 500 baht worth, which
Hmm.
was like $17. And I literally got like an 8, 9 gram ball of it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It was like, holy shit.
Yeah. My
Man, that stuff stayed in
The
my refrigerator for 4 years before
how
I
big a
finally got rid of it.
how big a field do you think you need for a gram, let's say, or or how many grams you get out of like an acre?
Oh, I
Any
have
idea,
no
D?
idea.
How about you, D? You seem to
I'm not
You
sure.
can
yeah.
score
I mean, I don't know,
you
but
can
I
collect
don't
it.
think I was thinking
You,
of a realtor agent going into a home and like, oh, what are you growing in here? It smells real nice. It's kind of odd though. Like, oh,
no,
we're
because
growing flowers.
you could score it a couple times.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
So,
And then you got to
it all
scrape it.
depends. You
You got
score
to
it and it oozes out and someone comes by and scrapes it up.
uh-huh. And then at some point you cut the whole thing down, I
Use
guess.
a cotton. Usually use a cotton swab. They're not cotton swab, but one of those
Scraper thing.
the 4x4 little medical pads. Little
Uh-huh.
look like anyways. They use
Gauze.
those to wipe
Yeah.
it off.
Huh.
Like Captain's saying.
Oh, gauze.
But I like just like I said, I've tried collecting the sap just for the heck of it. But I really grow it the poppies for the nice flowers. I love how the
Uh-huh.
looks like to me it looks like a painting. Some of them. They're really
Yeah, they're
cool.
popular in places like Arizona has a lot of them.
Let me see if I can find
Yeah.
one. I have a picture. I don't know if it's on my phone or not. Maybe a minute. It'll take me
They
a
grow
minute. Probably
wild.
a minute.
I'm just glad that we could buy like San Pedro cactuses out of nurseries here in the United States.
No, it's not on here.
You can't
That's
buy
crazy.
peyote, but you can buy San Pedros.
That's crazy, dude. Buttons.
Well, in Thailand, it was crazy when I was walking down the street. This is like my friend had a bunch of like things to do at one of the universities when we first got there. So started walking around the part of neighborhood of Thailand I was in. And there were like people with flats of like cactuses and flowers out in front of their houses for sale. And I'm walking by and they're like little signs 35 baht, 50 baht. I walked past the 50 baht one. I turned around and I said, no, not in Thailand. And I go back and yeah, there's little baby peyotes. And it's like, hell yeah.
Uh,
Turns out Thailand loves psychedelics. I think they just love being intoxicated, period.
wait,
Definitely drunk.
Oh, yeah. Holy shit. But, here's another thing. They do drink a lot, but they drink it with ice, and ice melts almost immediately over there.
Hmm. So it's a way to stay hydrated. Not
Yeah.
really. Not really. Yeah, but the alcohol dehydrates. It's fine.
fuck off.
In
Yeah.
Thailand,
That's a
I
good
drink
excuse.
less drinks than I do here because of that one factor of the ice melting so quick. Your drinks do last longer because you keep on getting more ice.
Hmm. Good.
And they serve all the drinks in like bottles or glass bottles or plastic bottles. It's not like a fountain drink.
There you go. There's a poppy. There's a poppy I've grown.
Oh,
That's a
that one's
pretty
pretty
one
open. Oh wow. Oh yeah, I see
with the
the bulb on it though
white
now.
and purple.
Yeah, but I see
Yeah.
the bulb on the top left, kind of. Isn't that
Yeah,
like
see, it's not ready yet. Hang on.
well, like up on the left? Isn't that?
See how it's down? It has the little stick, little point parts that look. It will come up and look like a crown, and then
Well, what
it's
was
ready
to
to
the left of
harvest.
it? Like if you go
Huh?
up and to the left, wasn't there something else? Like there? Isn't
There's
there
a
a fat?
purple flower.
Yeah.
Um, what's that behind it though? Then maybe I'm
Well,
off.
that's a dog, a fake dog,
Oh
bird
no.
dog.
Okay.
Well, I got one more.
All
Wait a second.
right.
Or the same one. Oh, it's the same one. Oh shit, I closed it. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you're gonna get much though from each one. It's like yeah, you're scraping little bits. I don't know. I
Yeah,
was
you
thinking.
may
I was trying to. I was wondering if it was something that you could do inside.
Inside, I start them
Yeah.
in
Uh-huh. I was kind of
under
joking about the realtor, but then I don't know. Is that possible actually?
I started them and grew them for a while under fluorescent. I don't know.
I don't know.
I've never
I have to
tried like
layer it at least. I don't
I've
have to
never
have. I
tried
mean,
using like HPS or LED.
I'm thinking you need acres of it, and sounds like almost like harvesting saffron or something. Real tedious, bending down each
Saffron's
flower.
expensive.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound much different. Like, sounds like you gotta work each flower by hand a little bit. Scrape
think
it first.
about the
You
way
gotta
that they
cut it and then scrape it.
think about the way they have to get silk. You gotta
Yep.
sit there and wait for a goddamn bug to make it.
Yeah. Hurry up,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
but they farm them though now.
Yeah, but where you really want to go is there's an island off the coast of Cambodia, and the whole island that's nothing but what they do but produce silk,
Uh-huh.
and it's some of the finest silk in the world.
Yeah,
My
But that,
friend
yeah, it's
got
monofilament
connected with
though.
them.
It's like they let
No,
it soak in something in the liquid that kind of like
no
loosens it
fun.
up, and then they won't get one end of it. They just have to get the end of it, and then they attach it to some machine, and the machine unravels the whole thing. It's all just one continuous monofilament. So it's not like cotton all like twisted together to
I
hold it
ain't picking
together.
that shit. Play days is over.
But that's why it's good though too. Like I was saying about the grow room. It's good material. There's like
That
cotton,
was cool.
you can overlive.
That was cool going to that island though.
Yeah.
I went with a
Nice.
friend and
Yeah.
he
Sounds cool.
made a contract with them. And then 2 years later, the price of silk went way up for that quality. But the whole
What are they
island
like
does
mulberry
nothing but
leaves,
silk
isn't it?
for,
Isn't it like mulberry leaves or something?
no, they're silkworms.
Yeah, but what do they eat? Is it mulberry? I can't
It's a
remember.
certain plant
Yeah.
or tree.
Oh, thanks for reminding me, guys. I gotta talk to Mrs. D's sister tomorrow about getting some aloe, baby aloes.
Oh man, I stopped in the store here. The big thick aloe that they used to get is now smaller, and it went from 99 cents to $2.79.
Huh.
Damn.
Hell yeah. They used to get like thick shit, like almost half-inch thick and like 4 inches wide. Now they're like 3 inches wide and a quarter-inch thick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Things change, man. You gotta check once in a while what you're getting.
I've never grown aloe, and I'm excited to start growing
It's
it.
It grows
it's
easy.
the yeah, it's going to be the easiest thing as long as you water it. It is from the cactus family, but it needs water.
Yeah.
And you'll end up getting a lot of babies, so you'll be
Nice.
separating them. But yeah, I had an aloe plant at my house that, yeah, I had
I should
like
start an aloe farm.
Yeah,
20
the
inch
silkworms eat mulberry leaves.
branches.
Right on, Jeff. I should start an aloe farm in my little grow tent.
Maybe. Yeah. But I think they like the warm weather too.
What's my problem? I'm putting in my
Well,
grow tent.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I was thinking that actually too. Like road tent.
Your grow tent says at least mid 70s.
Yeah. I use fluorescent, so it worked out good.
Then you never have to buy any cloning gel again.
Yeah, exactly. Or if I get cut.
Pretty much that's all Clonex is. And the different color is just an antibacterial.
I wish I could find the video. I've seen this
Hmm.
video where it's like an aloe vera plant and they're cutting aloe out. And they're like, the lady has this huge knife. She's like, and she slices like this
You
huge piece of
fillet
aloe.
it.
Huh.
And then it goes into like this machine where I guess it breaks it all up so it's all same consistency before they put it
Yeah.
in containers.
Hmm.
You cut
Really
the
good.
one side off and you literally like scrape it
It's
Yeah.
really cool.
It's just a gel.
Yeah, she slices it like on both sides. It's crazy.
Yeah, you can eat some of it
Oh,
like
she's
you get a wound in your mouth. It really helps heal
sunburned.
things. Uh-huh. It's one of the things that you can notice it heals something, like from one day
You
to the
burn
next.
yourself.
Yeah.
I've
Put
used
that on your
aloe a
skin.
lot.
Yeah.
Cloning gel.
Yep. I actually seen a guy take a branch of aloe and he took a little stick and poked a hole in it and put his plants in it and rooted them that way.
Yeah.
And then the hole, you know, if the hole healed over and everything.
No, it don't.
No.
It's dead
The
plant.
root
You're not
roots in
doing it
there.
with a living branch or whatever they are.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I
Coot
think they
did
have a
that.
True.
different name.
Sure,
But he would
yeah.
cut the side off or something, the edge or something, and just stick them in the edges or something.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Hey, I wonder if that'd be a good way to ship. Have them do
Uh-huh.
like you said, Captain, but have the plants like say you wanted 5 clones, have them stuck in there like that, so they're sticking into clone the the aloe for shipping to keep them more stable too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now they have these clone shippers and everything, so
I know.
that way they're all held in place.
Yeah, and even they even have the ones with the LED lights. Pretty cool.
I don't think you need the LED lights.
No, but
Here in the States, we have priority mail, and basically within 3 to 4 days, you can get it anywhere.
hmm we have that here too, like next day
Hmm.
even. It's
Yeah,
really
makes sense.
expensive, really expensive, but yeah, it's crazy.
For like $15, you could.
Uh-oh.
So,
Ruh-roh. Please stand by. We lo-
probably going to
Captain,
say you could
we
send it
broke Captain.
priority. He was probably going to say you send a priority for $15. Yeah, maybe it goes into kind of a stasis where like I was just thinking like, oh yeah, I used to buy trees
Well,
through the mail, and there's no light in those. Like those are just like, yeah, definitely not growing at all.
yeah,
It's like a bare root. Just a, I got one that was just a stick. I was really surprised it even grew. But
I had
yeah,
a
they no
I
light
won
in
a contest. Uh-uh. We totally lost Cap now. Maybe.
it. Yeah, well, we'll see.
I had I won a clone contest, and the guy sent me clones in the mail. And they turned out good.
Uh-huh. No light.
No light.
Uh-huh.
They're full of, unfortunately, though, they're full of mold or PM. Yeah, I'm glad I keep my plants uh isolated. My
Yeah,
regular.
right.
That
It's
would have
probably
been nice.
good. But you dip it in a sulfur solution. You do it for something like
Yeah,
that.
it was just you can already tell when I got the plants.
Oh, okay.
So it's like okay, so
Oh,
I just
I was like,
tossed them.
oh, okay. Yeah. If it's that
Yeah,
ovid covered with it, yeah.
not worth it.
Like mold looks like moldy bread. Yeah, maybe toss it.
hmm So I'm not. Yeah, I won't keep that. Woo!
But otherwise, yeah, maybe something. But that'd be cool if Captain ever does that.
What's that?
If he ever starts sending stuff out, that'd be cool. See if that
Yeah.
gets going. Maybe I'll get some. Always trying new stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'm always trying new stuff. I want to try some. Oh shit! It's another Runts. I can't think of the damn name again, but yeah, it's another Runt. I want
The
to
white
try it.
or
Hmm.
the yeah.
I'll look it up. I got it right here. Shit. Oh shit! What did I do? Safari. No, that was not it. Which six? Where is it? Rotten Runts.
Rotten Runts.
Yeah. I've tried a bunch of different kind of Runts, different type. Other ones like Red
Yeah.
Runts. I heard Red Runts is good too.
We'll fill this up again. I'm used to 20. Well, I don't know if Captain's gonna come back.
Yeah, man. Oh, we should probably
Still
call the
got
end
some
of the
hot,
show
yeah.
right here.
Yeah. I'm gonna get this filled up though.
Oh.
But yeah, if he maybe get that business going and can send out clones, that'd be cool.
Uh, well, you want to do your outro, but not take off
All
because
right.
you're the host.
Yeah, okay. Well, no one else coming on. And it is late. So yeah, but it was a good show. Yeah. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
And let's see, today's oh, it's well Saturday night, Sunday morning. See you on Tuesday.
Yeah, man.
Cheers. All right, man.
Later.
Adios.
But don't leave. Leave, but don't leave.
Oh, okay, I'll wait for you to go first.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks to everyone watching and lurking in the background. Uh, like Jeff said, next show is on Tuesday, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 10 o'clock. Or no, sorry. 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock Pacific. Uh, thanks, Couch Flyer, for coming and hanging out. Did you see Jeff?
Yeah, it was cool.
And Captain. And thanks, like to always Humidor for putting this show together. Because without him, we wouldn't have a community like this. You guys.
Yep.
So yeah,
Thanks,
we'll check you guys
Fumador.
later. Keep your stick on the ice, and remember, if your women don't find you handsome, at least they find you handy. Take off, and don't be a hoser. Peace.